too early, but that's okay. My gym workout was phenomenal. Before I went home, I decided to stop over at my mother's house. I haven't seen my mother in 2 months. I know she's going to be very surprised to see me. I can't wait. What the? I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The first thing I noticed was this person's skin. What is going on? Uncomplicated, untreated skin? Who is this guy? I had to take a step back, but then I realized it was my brother. But look at his skin. Have you guys ever seen anything like that? I had to take a closer look and figure out what was going on. Best believe I crept up on him. Peep this. I'm still looking at his skin, trying to figure out how did we get here. I could do nothing but shake my head. He could definitely use my help. I had to get to the bottom of this. He definitely needed some game about his skin. I'm just staring at it, like looking at it. Come on, bro. I knew what to do. I had to reach in my bag and get that Tiege Hanley. Uncomplicated skincare for men. Bro, this is why I'm excited to have Tiege Hanley as a sponsor of today's video. They have helped me start and maintain my skincare routine by making the entire process uncomplicated. Honestly, it's the best skincare system for guys like you and me. I recommend you start with their level 1 system, which comes with all the basics. A daily face wash to get rid of the dirt and the grime on your skin, a 2 times per week exfoliating scrub to get rid of the dead skin cells, an AM moisturizer with SPF 20 because you should always be protecting your skin from the sun, and a PM moisturizer to help your skin stay hydrated and healthy throughout the night. My brother was so excited. My favorite part about Tiege Hanley is that every box comes with an instruction card that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. They really make the process of achieving and maintaining amazing skin easy. Shout out to Tiege Hanley. And because Tiege Hanley is sponsoring today's video, they're offering my viewers a great deal. Just click the first link in the description, and not only will you get Tiege Hanley for the best possible price, but they'll also give you a free gift with your first box. Click that link and get started today for just $30. Feel the Tiege. Let the Tiege force be with you.
All right, family, feel the Tiege. It's almost go time.
Let's just have a conversation. How y'all doing, family?
Yo, what's going on, family? Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Let me introduce the crew. We got Precious, Mr. Let Go, Lady Di, Anton Daniels, Lucky B. Taylor, Bruiser, One Country, Ali, and me myself, I'm Lapeef J.I. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. What's going on, family? What's going on? How y'all doing?
Doing good, doing good.
What's happening?
I'm good.
Jay, I like you about to
Nice
perform
to meet
somewhere.
everyone.
How y'all
Yeah,
doing?
Where the rest of the heartbeat?
Like I'm in Vegas right now, so I got a concert when it's over. Yeah,
That's right.
I'm out here for a month, so we'll see what it do. It's good to see you guys. One Country, you the light kind of low. You got a ring light?
It just went out on me.
Just went out.
It just went out on me.
It's too early.
It don't want to stay on.
Well, I guess we just got to make it do what it do. But it's good to see you guys. If you guys, I'm going to give a special shout out to the sponsor, Tiege Hanley, Uncomplicated Skincare for Men. 30% off along with a free gift. That link is in the description. Make sure you guys feel the Tiege. Also, let me see who we got in the chat. Shout out to all the Green Gang that's in the chat. I'm going to announce some of you guys right now. Stephen Day, Mova J, Mimi, Sean Gates, City Boy 313, Marcellus Davis, Express Queen. City Boy, I got you already. Eugene, still haven't seen you in a while, sir. Shamar Lawrence. Shout out to all the Green Gang. If you would like to become a part of the gang, click that link that's pinned to the top of the chat. That is your way to become part of the Green Gang. Hit the like button and also make sure you subscribe to the channel. Go ahead and share the stream. The show is just beginning. So if you share right now, maybe somebody might hear something. They may get a solution today. Maybe a solution today. Okay. Bruiser, you're getting darker and darker, brother. I think one country is trying to match your energy, Bruiser.
Man, I'm just trying to keep the lights on around here, man.
Literally.
All right, let's go ahead and kick this show off right now. Our first topic of the night is an icebreaker, right? You guys been following. Some of you guys may have seen this, but Tia Marie Mowry, that's her name, Mowry. She says, "I know I will find me. I know love will find me again. I know love will find me again." And that's a comment that somebody, I guess they were throwing shade at her, but she just recently got out of a relationship with her ex-husband. And I don't know what this is. I know love will find me again. Let's go ahead and talk about it. I'm going to start with you, Mr. Lego. I know you always go on the back end. What are your thoughts about this, sir? I know we was talking about it earlier.
Yeah, I think it's pathetic. Women get with dudes that they can mother. And because to a certain degree, this is essentially, even though they got married and all this stuff, this is essentially the typical woman's first baby daddy, right? She goes through her ups and downs. She mothers him, right? She teaches him how to get a job. She literally did that with him, told him what to do. And she literally just got sick of yelling at him and telling him get a job and telling him to do all this other stuff. And by the time he finally get on his feet, she's like, I don't want you no more. But the problem is she's in her 40s and with all these kids, and she actually got married. So she broke her vows. So this is worse and bigger than the typical baby mama situation where she just gets tired of the dude living with her and all this other stuff. Because from what I've known, heard, virtually everything he spent was went to an account where she had to keep up with for taxes and all this other stuff. And there's a possibility that he kind of lived off of her or something. I'm not exactly sure, but I'm not really mad at her because I don't think any woman wants to live her life like that, taking care of a dude endlessly. But if this is what you chose, you married the person, you got to stay. So the pathetic side is how she's out here talking about looking for love. Don't nobody want your ass. Like you old and you been corny. So ain't nobody for want no Tia Mowry.
Okay.
Right. I'm a side with you. So to my understanding, if she knew that, I don't want to say he was broke. He didn't have his life together at the time. So if she decided to take on that role to help elevate him in that space, I don't see nothing wrong with it. But the fact that she wants to take it all back, because let's say Mr. Lego saying that she was his mom, I don't think that's fair to that man. Because if you knew he was irresponsible, then why the hell did you marry him? That sounds like a excuse to just run away when you knew he was like this, if he was like that from the beginning. Now, I do know the man did gross, a net worth of $2 million. So he did elevate himself. But the fact that she wants to get rid of him over some silly nonsense, talking about she's not happy and she wants to find love. I mean, she had love because all the interviews, she's always on TV. She shows her life more than anybody I see on TV. So we've been watching her, for the ones who are watching her, for the last 15 years. So all the stuff that you're portraying, now you're just lying to your fans because you were showing that you was happy. Now all of a sudden, he's a narcissist and you ain't happy. I think that's BS. So now she's just trying to find a reason. And she wants people to just sympathize with her instead of just saying that she fucked up. So that's how I look at it. I don't think that that's ladylike. I think she needs to get her act together. She's making her kids, overall, like when they get older, they're going to look at that. They're going to be like, damn, so you just disrespected my father. So I look at it as a whole. Marriage is not just you and the husband or you and the wife. It's everybody. And people don't understand that. They just get married to the person, but they leave everybody out. You get married to everybody. So once you end it, you ended it for everybody. So I think she need to take that into consideration instead of making it about her, because I think that that's selfish. So that's how I think about it.
All right. One Country, what are your thoughts about it?
I think it's too soon. I think it's pretty tacky. I think she could have waited on that. I mean, how long has it been? It hasn't been that long, and she already worried about love again. I think if she was having the issues that she was having in that marriage, then maybe some time with herself would be better, and her children, and getting to know what went wrong the first time, other than sulking about finding love again. Sorry, that's me. It's my basketball.
Okay. B. Taylor, what are your thoughts?
I just think that it's odd that we have all of this analysis on this woman that we don't know. We don't know what her relationship really looked like. All we're doing is judging from the outside. We're average people compared to these Hollywood people. We don't know their situation. We don't know what went on in their home. Just because people post happy pictures and say things and don't publicly bash their partner doesn't mean that they're genuinely happy with what's going on at home. Whatever her situation is, it's like, obviously it's been detrimental to her mental health, where she's having, personally for me, like it seems like a midlife crisis of trying to find any type of love other than what she, I guess, has been giving throughout her youth and years, and to her husband and to her children. And now she's like, what do Tia, like, who is Tia? Like, who is Tia? I'm not happy, and I don't think that I should just keep suffering. And she's 40 years old, but she's a very successful millionaire, multimillionaire woman who's been in Hollywood since her childhood. We cannot relate to whatever this woman has went through her career, through her life, through her childhood, through her marriage. Like, I'm not going to sit here and judge this woman and bash her. Like, this may have been her last leg. This may have, like, I'm not going to sit here and say, stay in a situation that's going to make you end up jumping off the fucking bridge and leaving all your kids behind and leaving your family behind because you just can't take life anymore. Like, whatever she got going on, maybe she can get herself together and we'll go back to her husband. But I'm not going to sit here and just be like, just judging her, because we don't know her. We don't know her life. And that's a different type of lifestyle.
But when you think about marriage, though, B. Taylor, so I bring that fact of like the selfish part. So you see how you said she could be on her last leg. That could have happened. You know, we're not going to discredit that. But the thing is, what about the husband? Because he could have been on his last leg for her even doing what she did. But it seemed like nobody considers the other person. And that's why I wanted to talk about, like, let's consider the other person, because we don't know.
We can consider it. Yeah, we can consider it. And that's true. But like, I mean, she's not we're grown adults, right? So it's just like, she's not responsible for, if she's on her last leg, like, who's to be sacrificed? You know, if she's on her last leg, oh, I'm gonna stay because he may be on his last leg. Maybe he's not. I'm not saying that because she should take care of herself, he shouldn't take care of himself. I think he very well should take care of himself and maybe be a better husband just as much as she could be a better wife, you know? But I think, like, us average people, like, we're going to do things a little differently than people that's like multimillionaires have been in Hollywood for their, like, since they were like little kids.
But I just want to say this. I want everybody else to come in, but just keep in mind, she's doing this. She started divorce, which is cool. It is what it is. But now she's the one who's posting all this shit. You know, she's the one who's tweeting, I'm ready for love. You don't think that affects your ex-husband or the person that you've been with for all these years?
But love can mean different things. That don't mean like I'm going out looking for a man love. Maybe she's just talking about self-love.
Just keep that in mind. It
But
affects
an
the other
influencer.
person.
She's a celebrity, and that's people tweet their thoughts every day. People just don't care about those tweets because they're nobodies. But because she is an influencer and she's famous and she's successful, she has more of a following, and she's actually relatable to a lot of women who are going through divorces right now, and they're trying to find themselves.
I just think it's sad, is attention seeking, because at the end of the day, certain things, like, is the divorce even finalized? You know, like, they just split up. Like, it's
I think
goofy
everything that we do is attention seeking. Like,
that's what I'm saying. But at the same time, when you have a husband, when you have a husband, or when you have a wife, you have to consider your family in all of your actions.
Who says she didn't?
She didn't by tweeting that, is what I'm saying.
We don't know. Maybe she's talking to the women who's reached out to her and in her position.
Ali, why don't you go ahead and chime in on this?
Well, I'm if anybody read the article previously, giving everybody, depiction of what happened. She said that what did she say? She said that she was focusing on her family's happiness and his happiness, and that she needed to start focusing on her own happiness and self-love. So what I want to understand is, if a man takes his resources to invest in a woman and child, what makes a good woman? And I heard somebody on the panel say that she makes her own money, she's successful, she's all these things, but is that what makes a good mother? Is that what makes a good woman? What is her duty to the relationship? What is her duty to a marriage? And if making her man happy and if making her kids happy made her have to compromise her own happiness, it says a lot about her, especially when you see her posting herself constantly on Instagram and constantly wanting attention and constantly want to be validated. So if she can't be validated by that man that's the father of her children and her children, and then she posts she's looking for love, how can she find love elsewhere if she can't even stay with the people that she created with the man she created with? And it wasn't about I heard some of y'all say that he was broke. I looked at his net worth. It said he's worth $3 million. So is it because he's broke? I don't think that's what it is. I think he was
don't go by the internet. The internet is always wrong.
I could be wrong, but
don't go by the internet. That's never accurate.
Even then, I thought you get married through thick and thin till death do us part. So you just constantly see a lot of women just leave men because they felt like it and over their feelings and their self-validation.
Okay. All right, Lucky, what are your thoughts about it?
I think she's acknowledging. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. I think she's acknowledging that she found love at one point, because she said, "I know love will find me again." My question is, when did they realize that love was gone, and what happened to where they both couldn't get back to it? So that's like my initial question, because when she did go on a campaign to celebrate her breaking up her family, she never really said nothing serious enough that seemed like, okay, you could leave your household. Like, it was nothing. If you're going to go public, now you inviting us in your business. So we have questions. If the only thing you say is, I'm just trying to find my happiness and this and that and the other, it's kind of like, whatever you're going to do as a single woman, why couldn't you do in your marriage? And what was going on where you're no longer happy with who you're with? What if he was suffering from the same thing? He just not as vocal as you. And then it just seemed like, I think it's a bad taste if you're trying to date again, because not only, let's say you left, I'm sure a lot of us have broken up with people over dumb stuff as we matured, whatever, but you're not going to publicize that, because now you look bad to the next man that seems like, dang, you helped this man up to, let's just say what the internet is saying, 3 million. He's worth 3 million. I didn't say he got it. They say he worth 3 million. You only worth 4. So if he's worth 3 million, y'all have 2 kids. You just saying he couldn't make you happy. What the hell can I do coming in as a man if you broke up over this? So if you're not happy again, is the relationship on the rocks when you're not happy? What about me? So I think it comes off selfish, because she didn't really give a valid reason that her audience agree with, from coming out from every time we heard Tia, he was the apple of her eye. Whether it was true or not, that's what you wanted to believe. So now you want us to believe the opposite. You're going to have to come with something to erase those many years we've been hearing how he's just the best man. You can't live without him. All of this is kind of like, was he really narcissistic, or was he really a dominant man even from the beginning? Because we can't just make it seem like because he wasn't a millionaire in the beginning, he wasn't dominant. I think you can still be dominant and not be a millionaire. So I don't know. I just think it's a lot of holes in it, and it just seems like a selfish reason for her to break up her family, and she's probably regretting it. Instead of saying that, she's gonna drop hints, hoping that he probably. I think the divorce was probably a bluff anyway. You know, like, I'm gonna leave you, and then he didn't. He bye, and now you got to roll with your decision. So yeah, that's what I think.
Have y'all ever heard of Stockholm syndrome? So I feel like just because, first of all, celebrities don't usually announce their divorces, it probably got leaked. Second of all, I feel like maybe if she felt like he was a narcissist, maybe it was something that just kind of sprang up on her. Whereas you can live with a narcissist for years and think that that's the way things are supposed to be. And that's what Stockholm syndrome is. You're being victimized and gaslit to the point where you believe that you're the problem. And if she seeked counseling or seeked help and realized, like, I don't know what happened with them, like B. Taylor said, but if she realized that she was a victim in a certain situation, then that would be a reason to leave. So I think it's all speculation, and we don't really know why she left. But if she's calling him a narcissist, I feel like, dig deeper into that.
But also, counselors, the average counselor a woman goes to is a white woman or somebody. I'm not trying to assume. Depending on where you are, 60% of the population out here is Caucasian. So I'm going to speak from my vicinity. Y'all can speak from y'all's. The average counselor is going to be a woman that already has when you go sit down with people, they have their ideologies of things as well. So just because a counselor might say you're with a narcissist, what if she was the narcissist? Did they go together and they assessed both of them, or are we just going off of what she's telling the therapist? Because that happened a lot too. More women, I think it's probably the same, have narcissistic traits because of how we operate and how men, they have their ways of operating. We're more what is it? You have overt narcissists and then covert. Women are more subtle with it, so it's not easily to identify. So I just wanted to put that in there. Just because a therapist could be saying that, oh, you should go think of this, they're also working with the fact of anything masculine a man do, they gonna put it down and say, oh, he's being abusive. Why do you have to talk to her? Like, you ever seen those shows where it's counseling? Everything is geared to him having to soften everything for the woman. So
well, I feel like at the end of the day, it's just like an addict. An addict doesn't know they won't say until an addict admits they're an addict, they can't get help. So I don't feel like anybody could convince somebody that they've been hoodwinked for the last however many years they were married. I feel like that's something that she had to feel in her heart in order to break up her family.
Well, let me just add this. There's something called cognitive bias and confirmation bias. So a lot of women, they don't know how they feel. Think about that. How many women be like, am I tripping? Let me call my friend. Am I tripping? Let me get on TikTok. They love to say, am I tripping? Am I crazy? They need confirmation of how they actually feel in order to actually feel it. So if you go to a therapist and you go to a woman therapist, which usually, like I think Anton said it, you go to a woman therapist, that's potentially the worst thing you can do because she's still a woman. She's going to most likely confirm everything you feel about the person that she doesn't even know, which is stupid. You know what I'm saying? So we got to just keep that in mind. Women confirm random shit that goes on in other women's head in order to, for whatever reason. So if she went to a woman therapist and her therapist said, oh yeah, he's a narcissist, most likely is a possibility that not only her, but the therapist could actually be a narcissist also.
The therapist
can actually, if you're going to a real therapist, you're not going to diagnose someone that they haven't been able to diagnose. Like that's irresponsible for any therapist that you speak to, and unprofessional. It goes against what they teach. It's like they can't diagnose someone that they have not been able to analyze and speak with. So no, her therapist did not. Maybe this is something that maybe she studied on her own. And when did she call him a narcissist?
I don't know. I'm
Somebody
just going by
confirm
what she
that, or is
said.
that just something like a rumor?
What happened was it's a popular guy. I'm sorry.
Well, I thought B Taylor in one country, I thought y'all were putting words in her mouth, kind of like saying
Yeah,
that
I was going by what they
y'all
said.
two were saying that she said he was.
I never said he was a narcissist. I was addressing
One
a
country,
therapist
do you-
who never diagnosed
Tia
someone.
herself implied it,
was
so
going
she
off of
implied
what-
it.
But she's
I
never
thought about
called him a
Hold on,
narcissist.
does anybody know that Tia said he was a
No,
narcissist?
I don't think so. I've never
Nobody?
seen
She
that.
just implied it. She never said it, but she
Oh.
was just sharing certain things.
What is a narcissist?
Well, somebody with an inflated sense of importance, and it gets worse and worse and worse. So it's one thing about a disorder, but the typical narcissist is somebody who just makes everything about them to a point where it hurts the other person, and it, dismisses everything that they feel about.
How does it hurt the other person?
A narcissist typically has abandonment issues from childhood. So there's this thing that says when the closer you are to them, they've called neo-narcissists, their ability to overly saturate you with something. It could be whatever their process is. And then there's a part where you also become disposable in the worst way, where there's either a time where they would emotionally drain you of everything, or sometimes women and men experience from those women that they feel emotional abandonment and or actually abandoned, and they'll go on a smear campaign. Believe me, hey, like I'm the victim.
Yeah,
There's different types of narcissism, but the definition of it is a personality qualifies include thinking very highly of oneself, needing admiration, believing others are inferior, and lacking empathy for others.
So
a lot of politicians
cool. So let's
lacking
stay
empathy for others.
Wait. Let's stay right there. Why wouldn't we want our men to be narcissists? Based off of that definition, why wouldn't you want your man to be a narcissist?
I agree with you.
Is it a bad thing?
It's a very bad thing when you're in a relationship.
Wait. Read
The
that
effect
definition
on the other person
Read
could
the
be a bad
definition
thing.
one more time for me, B. Taylor.
Oh, sorry. Hold on. I exited out. It is a personality qualities include thinking very highly of oneself, needing admiration, believing others are inferior, and lacking empathy for others.
I don't really understand what the problem is.
Lacking empathy.
Why do I have to have empathy? Why do I have to have empathy for you?
For your wife? You don't think you should have empathy for your wife?
Why do I have to have empathy?
Like if it's her birthday, like for example, what narcissists do, like they do not like birthdays. They don't like when their partner has a birthday because all the attention is focused on them and all the love is going to them and it's not going to you. So a narcissist would do something like kind of self-sabotage that person's birthday.
No, that's not narcissism. That's jealousy.
No, that is. It is.
No. That's jealousy. That's not the same.
Well, that's part of
They find every moment to make every moment about them. Every moment about them. If right now we're congratulating Anton and we want to talk about Anton, and somebody can't take the attention, I will purposely do stuff. Hey, Anton, or propose to this girl on your wedding day.
I didn't hear that.
A person who was borderline.
I didn't hear that in the definition.
It's actually pretty disturbing how far they will go to take the attention.
No, see, and this is one of those things where we have to stop. This is one of the most overused words that I've heard over the past year. Toxic masculinity is another one, which masculinity cannot be toxic, because if that was the case, then we need to apply it to turn it down. We have to apply it to toxic. We don't say toxic femininity. I don't hear any of that. So I guess the thing is, to be honest with you, it's y'all fault. It's the guy's fault. Y'all keep giving these hoes validation. Y'all keep letting them spoon feed y'all and emasculate y'all in a relationship. Y'all let them continue to control the bank account. You keep dealing with these chicks and making them feel like they more than ever. We hear more often than ever, people on these panels, people in social media, whatever. It's all about you. It's validating you. It's making you feel good. It's having empathy for you. It's building you up. It's making you awesome as a result of your postpartum. It's you. It's always black woman is queen, black woman is God, black women rock. Sparkle on the black women.
Can I ask you a question? Do you
Sparkle on black women.
Are you
Come
a
on.
narcissist? Like, would you say you're a proud narcissist?
You tell me, am I a narcissist?
I can't diagnose you. I'm not a therapist.
Well, in your limited opinion, would you think that I'm a narcissist?
I think you have a lot of qualities of it, but I would never diagnose you. But I'm just saying, you said it's not a bad thing. So I would like to hear from you, since it's not a bad thing.
It's our fault as men. I'm gonna just put myself in the group, even though I haven't validated bad behavior. It's our fault as men that we did not make y'all submit more than y'all should have. We should have kept y'all under our thumb. We should have dealt with y'all accordingly. What was the question? Am I a narcissist?
I was asking you. I said, would you say, since you don't think that it's a bad thing, would you proudly say that you are a narcissist? And just
I'm a sociopath.
Thank you for saying that.
I'm a monster.
I feel like y'all created hoes y'all can't control anymore, and now
no. I control my hoes. Let's be clear. There's a difference.
You have hoes, Anton?
What are we talking about?
One minute Anton preaching to us, the next minute he a narcissist.
But he said he's a sociopath.
You are not a narcissist.
No, it makes sense. He says he's a sociopath.
Like I know you trying to play the villain, Anton, but
I'm not trying to play the villain. I am the villain. I don't give a flying fuck about none of these people.
Yeah, that's fine.
If it does not feed into, listen, I walked away from my family if they're not feeding into what it is that I got going on. I don't give a fuck.
I think everybody
But you just said Tia was wrong for doing that, though.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: I have no empathy.
So you're okay.
But you don't. That doesn't. Just because you don't have empathy for everybody does not.
The problem is that we feel too much and we validate bad behavior, which basically kicks open the door for the devil to come in with size 13 shoes and kick your ass as a man. Every time that you like on an Instagram post and you validate these women bad behavior, what you do is you create a monster. Every single time you overtreat them, just a year ago, we was looking at Michael B. Jordan taking Lori Harvey and renting out the whole fucking zoo in the aquarium and talking about how it was that he was pedestalizing her. And now what happened? Now look what happened. Yep. It happens often, more often than ever. And the minute that you don't control what it is that goes on around you, and what guys need to realize is that pussy is not that important. It's a bus. It is so much of it around you. It is not like it's not a desert, a pussy desert out here. There is no shortage of women that will bend to your will and do whatever the fuck you want to do whenever you want to do it. So why do y'all keep pedestalizing these hoes? Why do y'all keep pedestalizing the pussy? Why do you feel as though, or why do you subject yourself to the pressure to acquiesce over into these social norms in which you validate bad behavior, and then you create the monster, and then this bitch is over there tweeting and putting Instagram posts up about how she gonna find love again. That shit would never happen to me.
So Anton,
how many hoes do you have?
Ladies,
How many hoes do you have? I just want to know.
I was trying to send you a plane ticket, but you didn't want to participate.
You never sent me a plane ticket.
I said I was trying to.
You weren't.
You coming to the D? All right, we'll work on that.
Let me ask you a question.
No, you want to answer?
No. Listen. Are you coming to the D or what? I'll send you a plane ticket.
How many hoes do you have?
Are you coming to the D or not?
Why you can't answer? I'll answer you, and once you answer, how many?
Why you can't answer him?
I don't. But no.
This is the problem, Anton. Y'all need to shut up and ask the questions.
Listen.
And then we can answer the questions.
Let us have this conversation.
You answer us first, B. Taylor.
You gotta let us have this conversation.
I know you like to come in and rescue, but I asked first if you were listening.
Hey, listen. I gotta fly out tomorrow.
No, I don't qualify. I'm sorry, I don't qualify. But
listen to what I'm saying first before you respond, baby girl. Just relax. I go out of town tomorrow, but I'm gonna be back in March. I think that you would make for a great interview. I got a first class ticket and a suite with your name on it for March. You coming through or not? Don't let your pride get the best of you. Come on.
No, yes or no? Yes or no?
No,
Yes or
Mr.
no,
Let
B. Taylor?
go. Let me work. Are you coming through or what?
I don't qualify, Antoine. I
Listen,
actually
hey.
If you want to talk about an interview, that's a different.
No. Listen. It's a yes or no.
If for an interview?
Yeah.
This is weird.
Just think about it. We'll talk about it later.
All right, so this is the problem right here, B. Taylor. And I'm not a narcissist. I'm not a social, whatever the hell you said. And I have empathy. But I do understand what Anton is saying. Like, we men, this is our fault. And me and Ali get into this all the time. I always say women are children. It ain't none of these damn women's fault. They don't know what the hell they doing. They goddamn children. So I take responsibility for everything. We men, hopefully we men, because I can't speak for all of us, take responsibility for why these women are so screwed up. All right. So, of course, their mom screwed them up, but we are now responsible for y'all asses since y'all left y'all mama. And the problem is we don't tell y'all to sit y'all asses down when y'all need to sit y'all asses down. Because men, I would say this, black men as a whole is fundamentally afraid of black women. So dudes and women, but women can do this because they're women, but dudes and women run around saying, well, I might get canceled for this. Well, y'all might get mad at me for this. They always say that before they, I'm like, nigga, talk. Why do you care what happens? Say it with your chest. So overall, men don't cancel people. Women do. It's black women, black Twitter or whatever. So whenever a man says something, he's going to get bombarded with a whole bunch of women cackling in the comments, and he gets scared away. And next thing you know, guess what? Other men are afraid. And then it trickles down to relationships where a man can't literally just, because I don't tell women to do nothing. They just going to goddamn do it. But a lot of men aren't like me and Anton, and there's other men like that too. But I think that's the problem. So get away from the sociopath, narcissists, and lack of empathy, because I have that. I understand what Anton's saying. Anton is just way too far left for me, but I understand.
May I feel like y'all, I agree with y'all on some aspects, but I feel like, first of all, what age group are y'all? Do you feel like all women are children, or is there a certain like generation of women that you're talking about?
Well, let me say this, because let me say this. This is a psychological thing. When a person, and not saying that men aren't traumatized also, but men and women, usually most of us being raised by single mothers or whatever, most, not all. But when a person has been raised by a single mother, they have been traumatized due to the fact that he or she was raised by a single mom. But a person, male or female, does not, what is the word? A person does not mature past their most egregious traumatic situation. So if you were extremely traumatized at the age of 13, you still are 13 years old emotionally. So it's an actual thing. And then you look up regression and look into that. So it's an actual thing. Women in particular have been traumatized more than men, simply because women are smaller. Women take things more seriously than men. We can get shot at. We can get to fighting. We can fall off the top of the building. We'll get up and laugh it off. But women don't take trauma as easily as men do. So when women are traumatized, they stay traumatized. And the majority of our women, black women in particular, stay or still are at the age of 13. And you are not going to see it until they get triggered. And when they get triggered, they act a whole fool, and you'll be like, yo.
Is that backed up by something that you like? Did you learn that? Where did you learn that? That men are not affected by.
You can look at Mother Hunger talks about it. Adult children or emotionally immature parents talk about it. the book Attachments talk about it. I can keep going, but I'm just going to
yeah, I would like to see the scientific fact that men are not impacted by trauma, because there's a lot of men walking around
as badly,
people, killing people, and committing crimes, doing all types
as
of
badly
stuff
is what I'm saying.
Because of trauma.
And then at the same time, B. Taylor, just to add to that, when we are traumatized, I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but when men are traumatized, we go hurt another person. When women are traumatized,
hold on.
Y'all, when women are traumatized, women hurt themselves.
Hold on,
yeah,
y'all. We
I want to get
Bruiser
Bruiser's
in there
perspective on
too.
this.
All right, so just to answer the question, love will find her again. You know, there's always some simp out there willing to eat the leftovers. B. Taylor says we average people compared to her. But when you turn off the stage lights and the cameras ain't rolling no more, you just like everyone else when it comes to marriage. And I'm willing to bet she's beginning to see the grass ain't greener just because you're a woman who got a little more dough than your hubby. I'm willing to bet she knows that your little money and your little fame ain't gonna wash out her regret from leaving this marriage. And B. Taylor, I do have a question for you. You know,
no, thank you. Go
seeing you ain't gotta answer it though.
I know, so I don't care if you didn't even go
seeing
for it.
that Anton finds nothing wrong with being
somewhere.
Can I just finish what I gotta say?
No, if you direct it
It don't require you to answer. It just
Hold on, y'all. B, you gotta relax, baby girl, because you don't even. Hold on, wait. Hold on.
I haven't even said anything.
Hold on.
Stuff about me.
So hold on. Oh, so that's what we doing, B? Is that what we doing?
I'm not gonna sit here and let him be disrespectful.
You don't even know what he's going to say yet. Be open to the possibility. Somebody might give you a compliment.
No, I doubt it.
think that no. Listen, I think that you look great right now. Why can't we just wait and see what he has to say? He's been polite, patient. He hasn't spoken yet. He just said, I have a question. He didn't say that anything negative to you. Come on, ladies. We got to be a lot more open to the possibility.
I don't want to answer it, so it doesn't make any sense.
You didn't hear the question yet.
I said I don't want to answer.
You didn't hear the question.
So isn't this acting like a child though?
That's fine. You can say that all you want.
Thank you.
I'm not trying to I'm just giving you an example because I think
you're giving an example about me, and I'm telling you I don't give a damn.
Thank you.
But I'm trying to let you understand something here.
I don't need an example.
In order for people to change, you gotta see it. So I'm trying to say right now, I think that's what I don't want to say child like a 5-year-old. Let's say like a 14-year-old.
That's fine.
Tell a 14-year-old something. What do they do?
That's fine.
Okay, so I just want you to understand.
Yeah, okay. Great.
Okay, I had a point.
Child.
Hold on. Let Bruiser finish. Let Bruiser finish his point.
Well, he wasn't done. I wasn't either, but I'll let him finish so I can stay in my femininity.
But you from the country, so I know that you got that southern hospitality. So I know you're gonna let Bruiser finish. Go ahead, Bruiser.
No. The only thing I was gonna say, be telling, no disrespect at all. I remember being on a panel with you before, and seeing that, Anton finds nothing wrong with being a narcissist. You felt the need to ask him, is he a narcissist? So I recall you stating that, it's nothing wrong with having a roster of men. So I'm asking you, and I don't want to say the other word to trigger you or disrespect you. So I will say, are you a roster woman?
What are you bringing up something that happened months ago? What's your point of directing that?
No, I'm just saying, what does
that have to do with narcissism?
It don't, but because
so you just wanted a point to bring that up again.
If you understand the way I put it, Anton clearly said there's nothing wrong with it, so you felt the need to ask him, was he one? So I'm asking you, since you don't feel nothing wrong with having a roster of men,
you just said he
you
don't
consider
mind
yourself a roster of
women.
women.
I asked him a question, and he said, "No, I'm a sociopath." Because I said, "Would you?"
Okay.
Right,
I was just asking though. It was just a simple question.
Imply. Let's just.
No, it was just a simple question.
Okay. Anyway.
Go ahead, one country.
Go ahead, country.
Okay. The reason I was asking about age groups is because I can kind of relate to Anton and Miss Dillette. I can't see the rest. I'm sorry. When I think that it's funny that some men, not all, because I don't like saying y'all, because that's horrible. I have 5 brothers, so I don't say y'all. Feel like women sit down and actually think about y'all that much. And
You do.
no, we don't. No, I don't.
You do.
I think I'm a diamond in
Yes.
the rough, and maybe I am a narcissist because I don't think that deep into this whole gender issue that's going on. And I mean, I've been on a panel with Bruiser before, and he knows I can pop off and I can be nice. But the thing about it is, I don't think about like, oh my God, will he love me? Oh my God, am I being, I just try to be a good person. So I'm just astonished at the fact that y'all bring up all these points that surround where it's just women are children and women, we need to control them and this and that, or women say this, and you contradicted yourself earlier already, and I'm confused. Like, because I don't really sit around and think about what y'all thinking about like that. Maybe it's because I did have brothers and I came from a 2-parent home and I was taught, but I don't sit around and hope and pray and wish that men see me in a certain way. I just live in my truth.
Yeah, that's what's different.
Nah, we're not gonna validate this. That's not even in her nature as a woman.
It's
That's
in
like
my
saying
nature.
it's like saying it's not in a man's nature to want to be great or want to conquer or to want to be praised or to be heralded and all of that. It's in our nature. It's the whole reason why the earth is the way it is, and why we have such innovation, and why, like, that's in your nature to want to be.
I'm glad you're telling me what's in my nature, but I'm telling you, I've been surrounded by kings my whole life, and I know how I'm supposed to be.
So you married then? So you married then?
No. Why would I be married?
Oh, shit. So you've been surrounded by kings your whole life.
Mm-hmm.
And
ain't no way, boy.
And these kings taught you what? Help me to understand this. What have they taught you that has helped you? I'm sorry, let me finish the whole question. What have they taught you that has given you this insight that has allowed you to live your life carefree and I don't really care because I'm a queen type of attitude?
I never said I was a queen.
I said type attitude. You got to hear me out. And see, that's the thing about women, is that they start to get emotional and they start to reveal themselves. So I'm gonna help you. I'm gonna walk you through this so that you can actually hear the entirety of what it is that I'm saying before you answer. All right.
Okay.
What is it about you, or what has your kings taught you that has allowed for you to have this I am a queen type of mentality, and for you to not have the same nature that every other woman that exists on the planet Earth has?
That everybody is not worthy
of
me.
And what do you bring that's like so great that other women can't perform that same thing?
You can Google my real name.
What's your real name? What's your real name?
Z is in zebra. I'll put it in the chat.
Oh, I got you. Go ahead, put it in the chat. I'll check it out. We'll come back to this. I don't want to interrupt.
Yeah, hold on. I want to go to Precious. I know she hasn't had the opportunity yet. Go ahead, Precious. What are your thoughts about the Tia Mowry situation and what you've been?
Yeah, I like Lucky was saying, Tia, that could just be a regret post. To leave your marriage because you're not happy, a committed marriage because you're not happy, is now you could be looking back on it like, wow, I don't have my family together anymore. Wow, I don't have someone to do life with anymore. It's not, you can be unhappy, but unhappy doesn't always last. You have peaks and valleys in relationships. So, for her to say she'll find love again, like Bruce says, she probably will find love again. But will it be a love that included her children and her husband? these publicity stunts. Like I don't. If it was leaked, then it was in the works. Somebody knew about it. Somebody knew about their issues.
So can I address something real quick? She said she was happy when she got into the marriage. Then she graduated and was even happier when she got out of the marriage. But there's a lot of things that we have to acknowledge that women always profess self-love, right? So, and that narcissist word, funny that Anton was talking about it earlier, is what women kept calling men. So is it wrong for men to be narcissists if women are going to keep engaging in self-love and they will leave their children, their marriage, everybody behind for self-love? Like how old do we get until we start learning to love someone else? If y'all gonna engage, if women as a whole, not all of y'all, gonna engage in self-love, then is it right for men to engage in narcissism?
Narcissism isn't about self-love though. It's an unhealthy view of yourself. Like in reality, it's a mental illness. That even I get they said women have been saying men are narcissists, but the truth is just the amount of women as
Women
well
are
are
actually
narcissists. So
narcissists.
it's not
Right.
something that is so common. I want to say a therapist once told me the best word for us to use is just an asshole. That's really what it is. If you just look at the traits of an asshole, if you've been in a relationship with one, you've always dismissed, you don't get validation, all the wrong things. It's nothing like the beginning. So it's so common of the traits that's one might say everybody has narcissistic traits because that's how common it is as far as the behavior in the generation that started off saying men are narcissists. It was the misrepresentation of certain behaviors that men have that women had to find a name for, and then vice versa. Like, it's really just an asshole. It ain't even that deep.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
think it's a
it
little
can
bit
be that
hard.
deep. You have different stages. I want to make that clear. But an everyday narcissist, like you probably meet them all the time. They probably cool people.
No. But what I more specifically mean, the way let's say we're all using those words wrong. Women are combating whatever they do for themselves is saying self-love, right? Is it self-love, abandoning your kids or your husband or your position to a family? Is that self-love? Is that
No,
love?
it's not. It's not. And women use self-love like it's some journey that they have to take by themselves in their late 30s and 40s, as if they don't know who they are until then. If you don't know who you are at that age, you shouldn't have gotten married. You shouldn't have included somebody else in your life.
Y'all just asked me why I wasn't married.
So it's like self-love is something that if you're going to proclaim self-love, don't get married until you fully know who you are as a person. Until you fully know who you
Self-love is
are.
something you should continue to do, though. Like, I
You
don't know
should, you
why people
should.
act like self-love stop just because you get married. You still got to do your
Right.
individual work. I don't know why people do that. And I think in her case, she was saying she did that. So she kept putting herself behind a lot of things, which is her choice. Nobody
Right.
asks you to do. You have to make time for yourself, especially as a mother. You drive yourself crazy, and now you wondering why you just so happy to get a quiet space on the toilet.
And
Like, it really be that bad. And then if your kids come banging on the door, you don't even get that space. So it
But
can drive you crazy.
Lucky, she said, "I hope I find love again." So what is she looking for? Now she's back to self-love. Now I know love will find me again. Like what?
She's saying she wants another man
Yeah,
that was better than the last one, in her opinion. Whatever that man is that's better than her last husband is what she wants to find her.
She struggled to love someone else. She said that she focusing on their happiness and not her own happiness was the problem. But in focusing on other people's happiness is loving them. But in loving them, they love you. So in this, we have this conversation all the time. The women who love other people, women who love their children, love men, friends, the community, those people come back to them. The women who just self-love and focus on themselves, they get abandoned by everybody, including their children. So what I'm saying is that I'm trying to give the context of the self-love that a lot of that's unhealthy. I'm not talking about the negative self-love and I'm talking about negative self-love, not the positive self-love. If you're loving yourself to the point you push everybody out your life, that's not love.
Yeah, that's
I think for her it would be to determine how dysfunctional were the people, because I'm of the belief I don't care if I'm related to you. If you are a part of the problem or stunting my growth, or you're always negative, you don't make me feel motivated. All those things, if it's an issue or I don't feel negative, those people that just drain you every time. I don't care how you related to me. You need to get away from me. I need to remove myself because I love myself to this standard. And if you can't meet this standard, mama, cousin, granny, I can't deal with you. Like I don't think that's
right. But you don't choose your family. You choose who you will be in relationship with. You don't choose your family. So if you get on my nerves, I can choose to just.
You very much choose your family.
But well, I'm talking about the family that you're biologically born into. You don't get to choose those people.
That's not your family. I don't believe
that. You can choose to set boundaries with those people and not be around them, though. So it's still
right. But you can't do that in a marriage. You can't say I don't want to be around you or I want to be divorced.
Well, see, the problem is that there's no real accountability because whoever that person is, they was that person before you married them. And so to sit here and act like you didn't choose them or you didn't know what you was getting yourself into, the reality is that in most instances, women and often at times are influenced by outside forces, which then influence how it is that they're going to move within their household when they were just perfectly fine prior to leaving that relationship. And so
i.e. her therapist.
What you find in most instances is that once a woman starts to get exposed to other outside forces that may look good, but may not necessarily be what we think it is, often at times they find themselves looking for love, and then they post on Twitter about whatever it is that they looking for, when in reality they already had it. So I'm not going for it. Like, I'm not going for the whole idea of self-love. Whenever I hear a woman say self-love, that's a red flag. That is a red, purple, green, all combined together. That is a black flag. That is quite possibly one of the biggest flags as a man. When a woman says self-love, it is the biggest flag that you can listen. That flag is only trumped by her telling you that she had a train ran on her in college. That's the only other flag that's bigger than self-love. Self-love is quite possibly the death of a relationship. When a woman tells you that, get the hell out. Do not surround yourself with her. Don't talk to her friends. Don't pass go. Don't collect $200. Just leave. Leave that hole where you found her.
Can I give the definition of self-love?
No, we don't need a definition of self-love.
That's not what self-love is. So when you have self-love, you're able to love your children properly. When you love yourself, you can love your partner properly. You can love.
But with no context is dysfunctional.
If you don't love yourself, you don't know what love looks like. If you don't love yourself, you don't even know what love looks like. So before we just throw that word out there with no definition, I think it's
but without context, not the definition, but context is dysfunctional.
That wouldn't self-love.
No, the definition of self-love is whenever no one wants to love you because of your attitude and your character and your personality and how you don't devalue yourself in society, you tend to use that as a way to shield your insecurities.
There it is.
Exactly
if y'all want to go with y'all,
there's a way to shield your insecurities to make you feel good about yourself because nobody around you can make you feel good about yourself.
The only time that a woman uses that term self-love is when she cannot hold down a relationship and she cannot hold down a man and her friends don't fuck with her. In most instances, 20 times out of 20, she is the problem. You know how people always talking about, and they say stuff like, yeah, because, if you ain't got a real one and all, they say all of that dumb shit, right? Most of the time, they're the toxic one. They the toxic friend. The person that says self-love and self-care and all of that, that's the same thing that Jada Pinkett said, right? It's the same thing that all of these people said that was getting fucked and fucking over their marriage at the same time. They're the toxic one. I'm telling you, fellas, listen to me. If you see a woman say self-love, get out of there. Run.
My thing is,
self-love is a woman's license to be an idiot and be stupid.
A woman is biologically made to love. That is her purpose on earth, is to love.
She's Taylor, 10 times more nurturing than any other creature on the face of the earth. That's her whole. That's who she is. That's why I said that to the one country cookie girl, is because you're going against the nature of who you are. She's going against the nature of who she is when she says that, because she was made literally to be a nurturer. Her whole makeup, body, DNA, everything about her, her womb, all of it is made for nurturing. It is.
You want to talk? You came back to me.
The only reason you got titties is so that you can nurture and feed somebody else. That's the whole purpose of the breast.
And I did breastfeed, but what I'm telling you,
I get it. But you still you're going against the nature.
I'm not going against anything. I never said I didn't love. Y'all are assuming because I'm not married, I don't love.
Y'all are biologically light years ahead of us in regardless to the importance of human beings. When you have a child, the child don't even want nothing to do with the father at all. Well, it doesn't want to go near nobody but the mother. And if you were a mother, if anybody was on a mother, they won't have no part of the father.
Yeah, my daughter's a mother's girl.
The baby can't love itself. And if you do, if that baby goes, do you realize that in the beginning of 21st century, when they started orphanages, 100% of the babies that were put there died? Not because they were malnourished. They fed the babies, they medicated the babies, but they had cognitive, psychological issues, and they died. Like they just died. They didn't. No, let me finish. And then you have it. You have to be loved. It's very egotistical to sit here and say you engage in self-love. You're here to love more than us.
I never said anything about self-love. I said I love me.
Did you just hear what you just said?
And that
I was you didn't just say that. Swear to God, you didn't just say that.
That I was worthy. That some men just not worthy.
That's not what we're talking about.
Coming from such a handsome
we're actually talking about how great you are. Look. We're telling how great you are.
That's like ugly man.
You missed it, bro.
That's
she
ugly
said
man.
It again, and
I heard it.
Said it again, and you skipped over it. Yeah. She keeps saying some men are not worthy of what?
Y'all ugly. Some of you ugly.
So you're saying that a guy is not worthy of dating you because the men are ugly?
I don't date ugly men. No.
So that's what you substantiate.
Well, hold on. What do you rate yourself?
Wait. Bruiser, stop. She's saying that men are not worthy of her because men are ugly.
No, I didn't say men are ugly.
You said some of us are ugly. You said some of us are ugly, right?
Some men.
No, you said some of y'all are ugly.
No, I'm talking about men because you keep saying y'all as in ladies. I don't get offended when you say that.
No. I'm trying to understand what you're saying. So, okay, so you're saying that it's purely based off of the idea that men don't aesthetically please you. Is that what it is?
Some men don't.
Okay, so what about the men that do? How are they not worthy?
I never said they weren't. That's what the thing is. You expected that. You're saying that, oh, you're not married, and it was this big and sound check. And I'm just like, I'm not married because I haven't found somebody.
No, that's not what you said. You said you're not married.
And you started out with me saying I don't care, but like I thought it was funny because y'all really think that women sit around thinking about it that much, and I don't. But I said I don't. I can only speak for me. Now,
so that means there's a possibility that women do it though.
All of my brothers are older than me, older than y'all. A couple of them. So what I'm saying is, I got taught this the game. I'm gonna call it the game, not BS, because love is serious. I got taught the game a long time ago, and then my brothers are married. They have wives.
That's not what you're doing, though. The same thing that women do with their fathers. They validate themselves. You're validating yourselves using your brother's love. That's what you're doing.
No.
Yes, you call them the kings. You said they're kings.
No, not my brothers.
Why do you?
No. You missing it, Ali. She says she's a mother, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So she was So the man was worthy enough for her to give him a child, but he wasn't worthy.
He wasn't. That was an accident.
Okay, let me rephrase that. He was worthy enough for you to open your legs to and nut in.
Yeah, I was in college.
You don't have to answer that.
Listen, I would not have known anything if she had not volunteered the information.
No,
we're going by the things that she's communicating. So he was worthy enough. He was worthy enough for you to lay down, open your legs with, and then not even wear a condom. But he wasn't.
He did wear a condom. See now.
But he was okay. Either way, you opened your legs to him. But he wasn't worthy enough for you to marry him.
I was too young, nah.
So you was too young.
You too young.
Stop, please, just let me cook. You was too young to marry him, but you wasn't too young to open your legs to him.
Right.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure we was on the same page.
I was in college. What you mean?
Y'all are so.
What do you mean? Women that's
though.
college age is not old enough to get married?
I'm just saying you're not obligated to explain your story.
I'm not.
She does not need a Queen
That's
Sheba.
why I
Right
got
now.
invited. Let me tell you something, sir. My daughter knows she was an accident. I was on birth control and
Jesus.
we used the condom.
Fucking
Pause.
Christ.
I'm talking. I let you talk all your shit.
I'm sorry. Who you? I'm sorry. You must not be familiar with who I am.
Come on, y'all. Let's relax.
I don't know.
Because your damn mouth.
Come on, y'all. Let's relax. Let's go
You want
ahead.
to use the radish dude for Fraggle
I'm sorry.
We can go. You gonna let me finish?
We can go.
You said what you had to say.
And I'm gonna say it again. If you telling your daughter that she a fucking accident, that's a problem. You breeding one of the problems in our community. This is one of, and see, this is why we need single mothers to get with a man and marry him, because she has no form of direction. This is why Mr. Let Go say that women are like children. If your father and your brothers were such kings, then they wouldn't have let you open your legs and have a child out of wedlock, and they would have vetted your husband more effectively.
Oh, I'm not Christian.
It don't matter.
Yeah, it
you
does.
had a kid out of wedlock, and you the problem
I'm
with the
not
community.
Christian.
You and your attitude.
I don't even know what
your
wedlock
attitude.
is, bruh.
Listen. If your father and your brother loved you enough, they would have gave you the game and helped you to understand that you being a problem for the community. That's what they would have
They
told
gave
you.
me the game and told me not to abort my child when I was on
They
antibiotics.
should have gave you the game and said, "Don't open your legs to a man that's not going to marry you." Did he tell you that? Did he tell you that?
I was having fun.
Did he tell you not to open your legs to a man that wasn't going to marry you?
Googled me, sir.
Did he tell you to? I Googled you. I didn't see nothing relevant.
You gonna keep going?
I Googled you. I didn't see nothing relevant. Wasn't nothing popping. You had 9 likes on your last picture. What does that mean to me? You had 9 likes on your last picture. What does it mean to me?
Can I talk now?
Yeah, go ahead.
When my daughter was born, that's why I know she's supposed to be here.
When your accident was born, I got you.
I tore my ACL. We used a condom and I was on birth control. The condom broke and my birth control didn't work because I was on an antibiotic for a knee surgery I just had. I found that as a miracle, as y'all would call it. So I was like, I'm a grown up. I can have a baby,
perform miracles.
but I'm not supposed to get married to this dude because
don't
our
perform
birth control didn't work.
The devil, only God can give a miracle.
Y'all acting like y'all wasn't in college fucking around.
Only God can give a miracle.
And that makes
Only
you
God can give a miracle.
You're a liar.
The devil does not perform
You're
miracles.
a liar. That's what you are. You're a liar.
The devil
You
does not
sit here
perform
saying
miracles.
You wasn't fucking hoes in college.
I was married in college.
I take that back.
I was married in college. I've been married for 19 years. Anything else? Anything else? You want to keep talking? You want to go down this path? Because I am a reflection of the thing that I'm talking about.
Yes, y'all.
You want to keep talking? You want to Google me? Huh?
No, you can put your name and I'll Google you just like you Google.
I ain't got it. My name is right there on the screen. Rich as fuck. King, married for 2 fucking decades. Reflection of what the black community needs to be.
No, we don't.
Yes, I am.
I said no, we don't. As a black community.
You do. You do.
No, I don't.
Because my daughter wasn't an accident. Yours was.
My daughter, an athlete in college and got a 3.7.
Your daughter was an accident.
What are you talking about?
With no daddy.
You said
what is daddy at?
Please don't jump in there. Like, let them have their stuff. Like you
said your daughter was
quiet.
not helping.
Be quiet, B. Taylor.
I have no idea. Y'all
be quiet. Mute up, B. Taylor.
Oh, y'all, let's get to the super chat. Get to the super chat. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all.
Stop talking, please.
Hold on. Everybody relax. Everybody relax. Everybody relax. Everybody relax. All right. Everybody, let's get to these super chats. We got a lot of them. They building up. This is the first topic. We ain't got the first topic yet. Queen Sheba said,
real quick, JR?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, let's rock out because we got a few of them that we need to buzz down. Shout out to Queen Sheba. B. Taylor's #1 supporter is in the building with the 20 balls. Says B. Taylor, hold it down. Queen Sheba back to back says Ali can work his way up. Cam Cone is in the building with the 2 ball. We appreciate you. Marcus Evans says, what up to the panel? Let's have a great show tonight. It's already going off the rails, Marcus. Said, brother JR, let me borrow that hat for the weekend. You don't want to use nobody else's hat. All right. Real Pookie is also a member, says, why are we assuming it's her fault? Talking about Tia Mowry. Michael Jones is in the building, yo, with the 50 ball. Got to give a special acknowledgement to the people that Michael Jones says Tia was married, got divorced, talking about she graduated, living her best life. Now she's saying she gonna find love again. All she doing is looking foolish, looking like a whole fool, not a half fool, a whole fool. Dub Will says Bruiser channeling his inner Bruce Wayne. Marcus Evans says Lucky looking like she about to play in Power. I like the way Lucky look right now. She look dope. Queen Sheba says they said Bruiser looking like Alfred Hitchcock. GC Doc Mo with the 20 ball said, how did I know B. Taylor was going to spin this to make Tia look like the victim? Fellas, get your passport. These women are beyond saving. This might be risky. Hit us with the B. Taylor. Has good charisma, but I hate her takes. It's interesting. She is cute, though. Marcus Evans says, speak on it, Lucky. Sir Shy, 87. Lady Di, looking like a sexy Betty Shabazz. Dub Will says 2 words that need to go away: narcissist and gaslighting. I agree. Queen Sheba with the 5 ball says actually narcissists go undetected by psychotherapists. They're able to fool most folks and often go undiagnosed. Marcus Evans says, are there narcissists on the panel right now? That's what B. Taylor is implying. Don't worry about it. Mr. Williams says B. Taylor can't never keep it real, even if it's to help women. She just be taking women's side just because she not to be trusted. All right. Action Jackson says Anton's right. Words are overused and used incorrectly. King Spark 5799 is also a member, says let go. I need to see a degree. Nelson Media, shout out to our new members, is in the building. Wyatt. Ali, please remember what Mr. Let Go say, because we all know he like the flip flop. Marcus Evans says, thanks for proving Mr. Let Go and Lady Di right. Nelson Media, also a member now, says, I can confirm as a real therapist that Mr. Let Go has no clue what he's talking about, and this is the reason our community suffers, because frauds pose as experts. Will G says, Mr. Let Go be like, in quotation marks, and always remember, my brother, 1 fish, 2 fish, red fish, blue fish, knick-knack, paddywhack, give a dog a bone, 2000 party, oops, out of time, my bacon smelling fine. If you know, you know. Shout out to Don't Drink Your Juice in the Hood. If y'all know anything about that, y'all know nothing about Don't Drink Your Juice in the Hood. 499 from G Firm says Bruiser looking like he cammed up under the moonlight. Double R Quake says, now Mr. Let Go slapping accountability away from women like E Honda. Fight. Mr. TKO says B. Taylor TS is definitely resting in her masculinity every panel she's on. What up, Anton and Ali? Marcus Evans says, brother Anton, bring back Pearlie on the panel. Carnell Galloway is a new member. We appreciate you. KB says, I'm not sure I understand, so maybe the panel can help. How can a woman love her children if she doesn't love herself? I ask because it's odd to me that it's odd to me. How can we create life and not understand love? It seems counterproductive. To go, 5 ball. Narcissus is Greek mythology of a person falling in love with their own reflection. People come up with so many things about what a narcissist is. Shaking my head. Holman Harvey says, wait, did Lucky just call Anton an a-hole? Maybe not. Miss Parker, young lady, this shall be clipped. Lord. Queen Sheba says, Anton, you're making it personal and is distasteful. I disagree. Our new member, Don Allen, 80, is in the building. J says, one country, listen to B. Taylor and stop talking. KB, a half a century of knowledge, says, you can't say your daughter is a miracle while telling her she's an accident, ma'am. Me University says, Precious, Let Go, and Lady Di, looking like the Baroness, Destroy, and Cobra Commander. Queen Sheba says, Anton is saying it. Why you attacking folks' kids? I ain't attacking nobody kids. I just called it like it was. Raw B says, my mother had her tubes tied, cut, and burnt, and had twins a decade later. Miracles do happen. You might need to double check whether your mama was telling the truth, Raw B. You know I love you, but that sounded a little wild. We on Lock Nation with the 20 ball says, B. Taylor, love. Miss Parker, JR, you are a Chicago shab. Let them know. Bill Diaz Brown says, fellas, get your passports. Barry Bonds lookalike says, I really hope her daughter doesn't get bullied or fired because of this live stream. Hello, I'm Dave says, we got to bring Shane back to the community. Facts. BZ, formerly Baby Zaddy, says Bruiser need an evil cat to match his outfit. And Miss Parker, JR, for the cleaning bill, let me see the shoes, is in the building. Shout out to everybody that super chatted. We love y'all. We appreciate y'all. Thank you for holding us down. Make sure you hit a like for the YouTube algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and share this with your family and friends, because We don't want to turn up by ourselves. Let's get it.
Shout out to JJ Carver, just became a member. Welcome to Green Gang, sir. Hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. It's time to move on to our next topic of this evening. Y'all good? Do I need to contact HR to fill out the feelings report? No, we good? Okay. One country, you okay?
Man, I don't care.
Okay. I'm about to bring
people that I don't love.
What?
Translation, Bruiser. She cares. Okay, let's continue.
No, I do. You want me to care about you so bad, but I don't.
What do you mean? Everybody loves me. Everybody cares about me.
I don't care about your opinion.
You lie. You lie.
I was just raised that way.
You're gonna have to fly her out too, Anton.
You lie. Listen, I promise you by the end of this live stream, when you wake up in the morning, you're going to think about me all night. I promise you, you're going to think about me.
You're not cute enough.
I'm sexy. I'm gorgeous. And my dick is big.
Good for you. Sounds like you're trying to. It sounds like you're trying to convince yourself more than me.
No, you can Google that too.
I told you I don't care.
You can Google that too.
Oh, so you're a porn star?
Nah, I'm a horror star.
Good.
All right, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and get to this topic. We're going to talk about Joe Budden says he's happy to see podcasters fail. Let's go ahead and get this in real quick.
Watching most of you niggas fail. Let's take it off Joe now. Statistics show that most of you are failing. From 2018 up until now, podcast creation is down over half, more than half from 2018 to now. That's not Joe making this up. Y'all niggas are failing. I like it. As somebody that has dedicated his life to podcasting, and I'm not leaving no time soon, I like when all of y'all jump in the race, bump your head a few times, and run away because it ain't no money in it. I don't feel guilt about it. Take y'all bum ass somewhere else and figure it out. I'm here.
A lot of people are like, yo, I can't believe this nigga. He's supposed to be influential. And I kind of like, okay, I see what you said.
Let me come back for 2 seconds. Is anybody successful saying it?
No. Well, hold on. No.
The nigga I see saying it, failure.
What's...
No. Bad. He been trying to succeed over a decade.
That's failure. That's not nice, bro.
All right, let's go ahead and get into it. I'm going to start with Precious and Bruiser. You guys can go first. I know you guys caught the back end of that first topic. So, Joe, one of y'all want to go first? What are your thoughts about that? Seeing how we all podcasters.
I'll let the ladies go first.
I don't know. Joe Budden, I always feel like if you can't help, don't hurt. You know, if they're failing, they're failing. Let them know that they're not doing something right. Let them know, you know, maybe this just isn't the lane for you. But to say that it's like he has joy that these people are failing. I don't know. Maybe whoever said it, I don't know who said it. Maybe whoever said it, he doesn't like them that much or whatever. I don't know, but it's just all ego. When I think of Joe Buttons, I think of ego. That's all I think about when I think about Joe Buttons. He's successful in what he does. But again, if you're not gonna help, don't hurt. If they failing, let them do what they do.
Okay, go ahead, Bruiser.
All I can say is all of my failures showed me something I improve. And whether I had actually went through with the improvement, I'll come back and try again so I could succeed. But I look at it from a different perspective because what I'm doing right here, I can't really say I earn anything from it. It's just something that I'm passionate about, that I've learned, you know what I'm saying, that I felt the need to insert myself into, and it wasn't for whatever most of these guys are failing to achieve. The achievements I'm getting from it. It's a hobby to me, you know, it's interesting to me. It feels good to be around brothers and have conversations and stuff. So that's always going to be successful because I feel like I'm surrounded around intellectual people that I can actually learn from and insert some of the principles and perspectives in my life to help me be more successful. So I can never look at it as a failure. But if I was going at it about a different way as far as trying to earn a living from it, and that's a whole nother different story. But for those who trying to do that, yeah, I can see see they're probably targeting those people.
Okay. Anton, I'm gonna go to you, sir. Maybe you got a different spin on it. What was your thoughts when you saw Joe Budden said? Do you think he was hating? You think it was too much?
I don't think it was too much. I think that the nature of who we are, everything is a competition. And I think that his entire life, he's been in competition. And through all of his failures and all of his successes, there's a lot of people that laughed at him and a lot of people that had a lot to say about him on his way up. They laughed and they called him a one-hit wonder. They laughed and they said that he was stupid when he was on the internet when he first started doing this because he was doing Joe Budden TV a long time ago when he pioneered it. And I think that he's earned the right to laugh. Now, what people don't like is the fact that people are being honest and they used to other people just, saying the right thing and being PC. But Joe Budden is just being real. And he like, aha, all y'all suckers that was talking junk about me. Now I'm laughing at you because you ain't got the sauce and you don't know what you're doing. And it's impossible for you to ever be able to catch me because he found his niche and he's really, really good. As a matter of fact, he's so good that he's still laughing at Rory and Maul with they weak ass podcast. And so, I think that I don't have no problem with it. I think that is the podcast game. What Joe is doing is similar to battle rap, right? And that you always had people going against each other and there was always competition. And so I don't want to hear that if you don't have nothing nice to say, don't say nothing at all, because we've always had competition in every single thing that we doing, and this is no different. Now we just getting to the point to where it's become so big to where now we can start talking our stuff as we go about doing it. And so I don't have no problem with it. I think that, it's beautiful. I think that it makes for great content. And I think that Joe is winning, and there ain't nothing you can say about him or take away from him as far as what his success has been and his ability to be able to weather every storm and still come out on top of everybody that has something to say about him. He earned it. He earned his spot and he's earned the right to talk his stuff.
Anton, would you say that Joe Budden is a narcissist?
I think that word is just overused. Honestly, I don't really know what it means because I think that most people use it the same way that they use the word friend. You can go and define it if you want to, but the context changes depending on how it is that you use in the word and who it is that you're referring to. Some people think that friend is just anybody that's in their vicinity that's holding them down. And some people think that a friend is much different than an associate and a person that they know. And so I think that the word is overused. I don't really know how we use it in context because everybody is referring to anybody that they don't necessarily agree with and that they see as confident as a narcissist, in my opinion. So I don't think that Joe is a narcissist. I just think he's a winner.
One Country Cookie, what are your thoughts about it?
Although I'm not a Joe Budden fan, I can't disagree with him because I grew up in a sports-oriented world my whole life. And I feel like anybody that's offended by him is probably like a participation trophy person. They grew up in that era. If he winning, he winning. And that's what it is. If you failing, you failing. And if he was a pioneer of this podcast thing and radio, he definitely should talk his shit. Just the same way a basketball player would posterize somebody or a runner would cross the finish line and celebrate, or any sport. It's celebration because the less people that you have to compete against, the bigger you get, the bigger the audience. So I agree with him personally.
One Country Cookie, have you posterized anybody?
I can't dunk.
Oh, you don't.
Oh, but I definitely have posterized a few people. I've got some pictures with some nice layups and reverse layups and Euro steps. You know what I mean? Back in the day when my knees would allow me.
All right. Lucky, what are your thoughts about it? You and Anton one-on-one. Who winning?
Me or Anton?
I'm talking about One Country.
Anton, how much you weigh?
Oh, don't do it.
190.
And you ain't gonna follow up with nothing after that, Courtney?
I'm 190, so I'm gonna add 20 pounds and then I'm gonna say.
How much you weigh?
Wait, but how tall are you though? Because the height
Wait
does.
a minute.
That's
Wait
what
a
they
minute.
do
How
when
much
they're
you?
like,
How much you? How
lying
much
about
you?
add such and such.
How much you weigh?
I weigh 167.
Oh, okay.
Wait, how tall are you?
Me?
Yeah,
5'6.5".
that's good. And then like,
Oh, you always want to support the women. Good God, B. Taylor, what the hell are you talking about?
no, because you was trying to imply that she was 190, and I said, well, if she was 190, and then
She said that.
I'm not a big
She
woman.
said that.
She said that, B. Taylor.
how tall she is,
I lift
because
weights
she could
though.
be, you know, taller than you.
But she's the one who said
and
it.
that would equal out.
I lift weights.
You got the cape on backwards, B. Taylor.
Oh my God.
All right, go ahead. Let's continue.
All right, go ahead. Lucky.
One-on-one, I'm fast. I ran track. He probably blocked a few of my shots, but after I figured out his game, I probably just pull back and just wet him up.
There's no way you in the same shape you were in college.
Who, me?
Yeah, I seen your Instagram.
No, absolutely not. Not the same shape, but I'm still in shape.
Oh, okay.
I'm better than most 40-year-old women.
All right, go ahead, Lucky.
I
What do
work
you
out
think?
every day. Well, except for Sunday.
Go ahead, Lucky.
Okay. I actually agree with Anton. I think there should be a rite of passage. If you work hard and you go through a whole lot of S and people hating on you, the bigger you get, the more issues you have. Those people keep you relevant. And so I think it should be okay for people to bully, put they shit on, pop they shit. I worked hard, kiss my ass, every last one of y'all. Like, we flex on YouTube about the dumbest shit. Like, I got 50 views. I got 500, like, over views. So if I'm worth $6 million and I'm like the best podcaster, I'm in this arena, and can't nobody tell me about this arena because I've been jumping over hurdles and obstacles, then I think I could talk my shit in this arena. But I also think there should be some humility, because you could very well be the person that something happens and you get smut or you lose it, and now people are laughing at you. They don't really have empathy or feel bad for you. So I think that's the only.
They're gonna laugh at you no matter what.
Well, right, but I'm saying it's different when you're in the limelight. Like, some people don't like to be cocky about certain things, because really you shouldn't boast, right? So if they say you shouldn't boast, you should be. Well,
I think you should talk your shit.
Well, no, I just believe, morally, what I've heard my whole life is you shouldn't boast. You shouldn't do certain things. Even when you give charity, you shouldn't make it be an Instagram post. You should just do things out of the kindness. So I think what I'm trying to say is most humble people who just have these successes, they're very humble. I'm in Vegas.
I don't wait for nobody to give me my
California.
price.
So
I talk my shit.
that's you. But most people, like in our culture, we are okay with the flexing, because most of us have that started from the bottom mentality. When you've already been having it, you don't really have that, I need to flex and pop my shit. Now, I do believe there are different type of flex. Some people get cars, some people get electronics, some people get a house. There's different levels, but I don't think it's nothing wrong with it. I just think that he gets a lot of backlash because they feel he should have a lot more humility than he does.
People want to humble you because they not where they supposed to be. Okay, so what are you supposed to post on Instagram if you don't post the things that you do awesome?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I think you should post whatever you want to post on your own Instagram.
No. I'm not talking about you specifically. I'm talking about the general public. What are they expecting for you to post if you're not posting the shit or the stuff that's popping your shit?
Well, if you are the shit and you popular, they want you to post your business so they can talk about it. So we want to see what you got her for her birthday. We want to see, like, people rush to people's social medias just to live through their life. So they want you to post.
Think about that though, love. They want you to post the stuff that don't mean nothing. But then when you post the stuff that's actually meaningful, that's supposed to be influential towards other people, they want you to be humble about that shit.
I agree.
I think I get what you're saying, because it's like, I think it's a way you do it, and I think it's also your gender, because we see a lot of the times we always bring it back to Black folks. Okay, so we gonna keep it on Black folks. When we're talking about our community and stuff like that, it's always okay when a woman pops her shit. I'm a boss, this, and the other. Like, it's always accepted. Men, it's like y'all have to do it a different way. Let me give you an example. You have Cash Doll, who people support. I don't know if you know Cash Doll is, but
I
people
love
support.
Kat. She's from my city. That's my girl.
Right, I know. That's why I said her name. So she cocky as hell. I feel like it's rightfully so. It's a lot. It's accepted better than a person like 50 Cent. He can't pop his shit and just say, hey, let me pull up for no reason. Mayweather gets shamed for years about flexing his own money and the things he does with his own money. I'm saying there is some gender bias, but I think it's always taken differently when men have such an approach where they get to pop their shit. And just like JR asked you, he asked, was it a narcissist? I think if we were talking about a woman, I don't think that question in general, people would have thought, oh, she's a narcissist or she's this and any other, because we promote girl bosses, but men who get it, they're supposed to do stuff for the community. They're supposed to be humble. They're supposed to be like Martin Luther King. That's just how I go. I don't make the rules. That's just what they say.
Well, I was about to ask you, who made that rule?
We do, actually. If you look around, like in society, it's not so accepted when a man who started from the community, you're supposed to help us. They look for you to reach back your hand and say, where is the handouts? Usually when it comes, because we have a impoverished mindset in general. Even how we vote and everything is to get us from, we were slaves in chains, you can't do it. Like, that's how we're indoctrinated. So when you have a man who supposedly make it out of those struggles, it's not easily accepted on the same level as a woman. Like, a woman is considered strong. She's all these great things. She's a girl boss. She can do it all. A man is like, okay, you got it, but now you need to go buy this. You need to get this. You need to do this for us. You need to help the community, man. Like, that's what I'm saying. It's looked at like that.
I think I missed that part, being in the athletic world, because nothing smells better to me than a man that's talking shit about what he has accomplished. And maybe that's because my dad was that way.
Those men are attractive.
I love it. I love
those
it.
men are attractive, but they're still always expected to help the community. I don't know, maybe y'all never heard of this, but I have.
Well, let me jump in real quick. One, I believe in hierarchy, and sometimes you got to put your dick on the table. So I have no problem with what Joe Budden is doing. I like what he said. And let me put my dick on the table real quick. I'm proud to say that I'm part of one of the podcasts that are growing and popping out here. We're selling out tours left and right, going on tour in March, all March, and I think all April. You feel me? So shout out to tonight's conversation. So yeah, when you are doing well, there's nothing wrong with saying, hey, we out here doing our thing. You feel me? So I have no problem with what Joe Budden said. And for those who don't know, he really was talking about one particular person, which is Mouse Jones. And Mouse Jones was a part of a couple podcasts or whatever, and couldn't get to where Joe is on his level. And Mouse Jones loves to get into Twitter fights with Joe Budden, but Joe Budden just got sick of him and just wanted to just step on him like a bug. So he wasn't just running around bragging about his growth to everybody. He was talking about Mouse Jones in particular, because Mouse Jones, shout out Mouse Jones. He's good. I know him. He's good people. But that's who he was actually referring to when he said failure. 10 years in the game, failure. He was talking about Mouse Jones in particular.
Well, since you say all of that, I'm glad you brought the context to it, because I don't mind like people saying, oh, I'm a millionaire, I'm this, that's what's up. You know, people want to strive to be that way in their own right. But then when you say, I want someone to fail, I'm not in, like, even though you could feel it, I don't mind if someone like feels that way, or if I feel that way, right? Because of things that has been happening. But when you say it, I don't agree with that. I think just let it be how it is. So if you're successful, they're going to hate on you regardless, even if, right? Because you're successful. So let them hate on their own and don't entertain it. So if he's on their Twitter beef and all of that, let him look stupid on his own, or whoever the case is. This is for anybody to me. Let them look stupid on their own. Whoever that they're talking about, they're going to be like, damn, who is Joe Budden? Right? Because people may not know him. All right, cool. Let me go look him up. And they're like, damn, you talking about this person? Oh, you a fool because you're nothing like this person, right? So I feel like let it just be trash on its own instead of like creating it. because it's just creating drama. Me, I'm not into drama, so I don't partake into that type of stuff. Even for me, you know, I have times where people will talk, you know, certain things, and then they don't know me. So it will be like, okay, well, that's not true. They'll learn about it. And that's for anybody. They'll learn that these things are full of BS. So at the end, they're the one that's looking jealous. They're the ones that's envious, and they look bad. Once you entertain those type of behaviors, you know, you could end up looking bad. Even though Joe Budden, he may not be like this person, but him saying it to me, he's like, well, damn, you not just like him, but you creating what he's saying. So it's like, just say, oh yeah, I'm successful, but you ain't got to say you want them to fail.
What's wrong with saying that though? If you want them to fail, I'm just curious.
Just like what you said,
and putting soft on it.
Because I mean, let's be honest. Even as a woman, I mean, maybe you haven't, but do you know women in general? If somebody hurt your feelings, like, I hope you fall down the stairs. Like, I hope you don't get that job. Like, I'm not really wishing people well. I don't like, you know what I'm saying? Like, but what is the bad thing about saying the person that been pissing me off for doing this? I hope you fucking fail and eat shit. And your mama. Like, sometimes you feel that way.
Yeah, I agree that you could feel that way. Like, I'm not, because you can't hold feelings. It's just when you say that stuff out loud, you know what I'm saying? Speaking it to existence.
You're trying to make it exist though, Lady Di. I hope you fail. How many times I gotta say it for it to come to pass?
But that's the thing. I think that's mad dangerous because you could fail, right? You saying, oh, I wish these people
I can't fail.
Even though
I can't fail. It's impossible.
You could fail. I get what you're saying. You're saying like sometimes you can be bound by your own words. But what I'm saying, I argue karma. So I'm like one of those people, like you could do, there's bad things that consistently happen to good people. And one might say there are better outcomes for people who just cut corners, cheat, lie, scam, all kind of stuff, right? We can say that in general. We say all the bad people get the rewards, but I always look at it like maybe because they don't really give a fuck and they know who to step on to get up to nobody is getting to the top being this righteous person.
That's not what I'm saying. Like what you do and how you get to where you're going, no one has to know all of that. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about literally saying, I want you to fail. Like people, so let's say the people that you're talking about, these people that say they want you to fail. Why should we act like these people? That's what I'm trying to get to. Why
But
don't
Lady Di, he's not saying I want you to fail. He's just like this dude that keeps talking about me for the last 7-8 years. Miles Jones just does this is what he does. He's like, this is what he does. So it's not like he just jumps up and says something. He says something all the time. He just antagonizes people. So at some point, he just decided to say something. And
wait. I'm just curious. Y'all want y'all enemies to win?
Right, like sometimes you just gotta.
I honestly don't care if they win. Why would you care if your enemy win? Why? I don't understand why. Why would you?
Wait. It's a direct question. Do y'all want y'all enemies to win?
Yes, I want them to win. I want them to win and get everything that they need in their life.
Well, guess what? One of the things that they want is for you to lose. They want your fucking no.
Okay, they can want that. That's okay, Anton.
No, let's be clear.
That's okay.
Losing to them, bro. You losing to them is them wanting your husband. They want your spot. They want everything from. Listen, the problem with us, and honestly, and this in our community, we give so many passes to the people that want to do us wrong. When we don't really understand it, and then we'll lean into spirituality and we'll lean into Christianity. In reality, God had whole cities wiped out by the fucking children of Israel as a result of going up against him. He would say, go in there and kill everything. Don't take nothing. Don't take their women. Don't take their gold. Don't take nothing. Smite, destroy everything. And the only reason that they was punished is because they was disobedient and they would go in there and take a woman or two or something like that. My point is that what makes y'all think that wishing well on somebody that want to kill you is good karma? Ain't no such thing as karma. It's not real.
I never said that.
I didn't say you did. I'm saying it specifically. It rains on the just. It rains on the just and the unjust. Good people die. Bad people die.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't no such thing as karma. The reality is this. When somebody comes against you, because you don't actually want to put it into a real life situation. If somebody comes in your crib, you gonna blow their fucking brain out. You're not wishing well on them. You're not. If somebody come to take your man, you gonna be pissed. And just because we don't see it in a real life situation, you don't see all of these things that's working behind the scenes against you. And so what you don't understand is that life is a competition. And this is why women can't think like men. In most instances, women can't compete like us because we are looking to take your soul. Listen, in a competition, it's only winners and losers. And even in the word of God, he said, I don't like people in the middle. I don't like fence riders. Either you going for the win or you going for the losers. Either you hate me or you love me. I can deal with the hate because I know what it is that I'm up against and I can deal with it accordingly. But I can't deal with somebody that's indifferent or say, why do you care at all?
So
you
if
have
you love
to take,
God,
you have to take a position. You got to take a position.
If you love God, you want to smite your enemies. You want them to die. You want them to perish.
Wait. But see, here's the difference, and this is the context that people don't understand from a Christianity perspective. Your enemy is the devil. Your enemy is not other people. And so when he says pray for your enemy, it's the people who you perceive to be an enemy, when in reality, they're supposed to be your ally against the real enemy, which is the devil. And God don't like the devil.
Is
and
it
neither
the people
do I.
or the principalities?
And neither do I. My enemy is the devil, and I want him to die a horrible death. I want him to go away, and I want him to stop. I want him to stop recruiting people so that he can do his bidding. I want to stop seeing the devil's work out here. He is my enemy, and I want him to die a horrific death.
But there's a verse though, Anton, in Proverbs 24:17. It says not to like rejoice somebody's like an enemy. Like you don't, the stuff that you're talking about.
I'm sorry, ma'am. You're gonna have to quote the word correctly.
Right.
Address it.
Right.
You're not just gonna come up here paraphrasing, because every word means something when we talk about the scriptures.
I don't really like to bring the Bible up on these.
Well, then don't bring it.
But we're talking about it. So Proverbs.
No, don't bring it if you can't quote it.
No, I have it up. I was just saying, yeah. Proverbs 24 verse 17. It says,
read the verse before it and the verse after it.
All right, let me pull the whole thing up.
Mm.
I have it. I'll pull the whole thing up because it says.
And make sure that you cite which form. Which is it? The King James version? Is the New Internet? What is it?
I got you. Come back to me, y'all.
I gotta agree with Anton on this one.
No, I agree. Like I don't read verses like that. I'm just trying to bring up a verse for you guys. I'm not trying to make this no Bible study. So that's why I didn't do all that. That's
so Romans 3 says, fuck these bitches. How about that? How about that?
I think it's like I get what they're saying, like Precious and Lady Di. Like it's not like an actual wish, like you're having a chant, but it's just like when you have a human experience and you upset, you're gonna say stuff in response to that. Like I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying you and your nam your holder and get killed. You're not really meditating on the situation, but you just like, it's a natural, especially if you feel hurt by it. A lot of different things. Like I think, if we honest, I think we've all had an experience where we could have said something. Well, I wish it's something, whatever the case may be, when you are in your bag or whatever the case. So I'm just speaking from a real standpoint, not Christian or non-Christian, just as a human being. When you pissed off or you sever a relationship or a person, whatever, you fall back, a lot of different things. So yeah, I was just speaking on that.
Yeah, all of that passive, I don't really care if they win. That's what caused the Holocaust. That's why y'all was enslaved for as long as y'all was. Like it's too many people that's doing egregious shit out here that we just letting rock because we loving them through it. No, I'm gonna need you to die immediately. So, I need you to go away. I need you to really, really die a horrific death. And
but I need an adversary, Anton. Like if everybody's gone, there's no more adversaries. So from a competition standpoint, you want an adversary, whether it's a new adversary or the same adversary that came back up. So I don't want them to die. I want them to come back so I can fuck them up again. That's my way of looking at it.
All right, go ahead, Lady Di, and let's go ahead and get to the panel so we can get through this topic. Go ahead, Lady Di, read what you're gonna read.
All right. It says, I'm just going to read the NIV version because most people understand that. It says in Proverbs 24, verse 17, do not gloat when your enemy falls. When they stumble, do not let your heart rejoice. Now, I could send this in the back chat and you could look at the beginning verse, the whole verse. It does say that, though. So that's why I'm not saying like we can't feel it because somebody will do you wrong. You're like, damn. But you gotta like kind of remove those feelings. Don't give a fuck what they do. I don't care.
Self-control.
Like, yeah, I don't give a
Ooh,
damn.
You keep waiting for that, and I'm gonna destroy you the entire time, and I'm gonna destroy you to the point to where you don't exist no more. You keep praying for me though.
And then stand on your neck while you dead.
You keep praying for me though.
But I think what's meant for you is for you. You get what you work hard for. So there are people are waiting on their downfall, but they're considered fail proof because they just operate in a way where they're gonna keep getting it.
Lucky, we need adversaries. Like we thrive off of the battle. We thrive off of the adversarial side of it. So no, we want to enjoy. It's something enjoyable about it.
Are you saying men in general?
Period. Adversary, no matter what it is, whether it's a podcast, whether it's a man, no matter what it is, give me an adversary so I can tear their ass up.
Well, basically what happens is when you run out of adversaries, when you run out of enemies, when you run out of competitors, you tend to create competitors amongst the people that's left.
I don't think you ever run out.
Well, that solidifies that you don't run out because
because I don't think you create anybody. Listen, I read Tim Grover's Winning. Tim Grover was a trainer of Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant. You coming off the throne is inevitable because there's always going to be somebody looking to take your spot. In every single situation, there's always going to be somebody coming for you. It's going to be a young dude gunning for you. And winning, in a lot of sense, is really a curse because it's really just waiting for your downfall in reality, right? So for those that get to the top of the peak of whatever field that they in or whatever it is that they doing or content creation, sports, whatever, corporate America, whatever, it's an inevitable fall that's coming as a result of it. And so you will always have an enemy, even if you don't create one for yourself, because it's always somebody that's gunning for your spot, right? It's always going to be somebody gunning for your household. They want your car. They're going to rob you for it. They're going to kill you for it. They want your spouse. They want your money. They want your subscribers. They want everything they want from you. It is always going to be a competition. And if you keep turning your cheek the other way, they're going to run in your crib and you're not going to be armed. And instead of you blowing their fucking head off, you're going to find yourself praying for them and they're going to be fucking your wife. That's what's going to happen.
I have a more simple, less violent example. When I was in college, it was a real big deal. I ran track and just practice was competitive. So it was kind of a tug of war. Like you want your teammates to fail, but you also want them to run fast so you can win as a team. But on that podium, when you're looking down at people that you know next week want to rip you to shreds or wish injury upon you or wish you fall over a hurdle and break your leg, whatever it is that they want to be your downfall, that's real. I'd be lying if I sit here and said I've never looked at somebody on the line and be like, damn, I wish this bitch would just pull a hamstring. Because that would be false. That's part of the winning game. So I understand what Anton and Mr. Let Go are saying because I've been in that situation and it's nothing. I can say it's nothing personal when it comes to sports, but especially when it comes to real life. Like you said, if somebody was to kick my door in right now, they're getting shot. I'm taking their life, not shot to stop. Like, please, no. I'm ending their life. Not thinking about their family. I'm not thinking about if they got children, why they kicked my door in. I'm unloading a couple of clips in them just for having the audacity.
No word does not condone any violence.
Oh, my bad. Just for real.
And she started off by saying something less violent.
I mean, because I feel him though. Like I feel.
Yeah,
what
shout out to
saying.
you. I like it.
I feel what he's saying. Like it's real out here because they don't care about you. They don't.
Mm-hmm.
If they had a chance, they turn you into the Energizer Bunny and hit you with right in the back with something. So I'm not fixing to. And females are the worst. We gotta admit that. Females are the worst when it comes to that. I see more men being loyal to men than I do females out here. Like, I don't trust women like that. That's why I rock with my big brothers and my sisters. And when some of my sisters shady. So
One country cookie, you cool. You all right.
So then,
I can only tell the truth. That's all I said. When I get on podcasts, I'm gonna tell the truth.
So then, just using everybody context, are we then essentially people who are evil that are trying to do good, or are we good people who are trying to refrain from doing evil? Because what it sounds like is that the objective is supposed to use love as a dagger or sword to manipulate someone to fulfill your will. And if that's the case, then everything we're talking in the context has to be lies, and instructing each other to do better, instructing each other to love each other, instructing people to support each other, unless it's your will. It's disingenuous for all of us to do that to each other anymore. And so what Joe Budden said is vital to say. He should be against his competitors. He should be against people that's against them. But I guess it's hard because everybody, I had to be the last person to go. And I know everybody was talking about, giving, I don't know if it's giving up on people or not believing in the will of people, or being realistic. It could be realistic that we are evil people. Were we evil from the beginning of time and trying to conquer each other? Or were we good and just became evil? Like with this, when we had these conversations, sometimes we can have service level conversations, but then when you get to the root of the conversation, then can anybody be mad at what we're doing to each other? Or are we supposed to try to make each other better as a society? What are we supposed to do?
Well, you're looking at it. You're looking at it as a whole. You're looking at it as a whole. I think that in a sense, you're right. The problem with your argument is that would be to say that there are no real enemies, right? If a person kicks in your door, are they evil?
If they could kick in your door?
Yeah.
It depends on the perception. I think
no, they just hungry, bro.
That too. He could say like that in the Quran. It says if somebody's hungry and commits a crime, it's not a crime. And I'm sure there's something in the Bible that says the same thing in context. But if we're living in environments that turn us against each other, and then we get so to the point that we're now at war with each other, is it us or is it the environmental factors that's doing it? How many of us can't get along because of what's outside of us? A lot of friendships I encountered, a lot of relationships I encountered, a lot of people, a lot of different countries I went to, cities I went to. You see that a lot of people have a lot of common. When people sit down and talk, we have a lot of things in common until like you listen to something that divides us. So I always acknowledge that if we sit there together and truly get to the common core, what we're supposed to do for each other, and if we're supposed to love each other, we can get along. But once we allow outside factors to condition us or program us that have nothing to do with us to divide us, that's when we had the problems.
I disagree. I think that there's some people that's just inherently evil.
I'm not gonna disagree.
There are some people that are born to do demonic stuff.
I agree.
From the time that they were born until the time that they close their eyes, I think that there's people on this earth that don't have one good intention in a person. I think that they do good things because that's what they have to do, or they endure because that's what they have to do in order to survive in society. But when they get the opportunity, I think that there are some people that is just inherently evil.
But are those the people we lock away and put a key on and just make an example of, hey, some people we can't save, but we won't do to them what we wouldn't want done to us. Just like Joe Budden, we know that he never got his flowers, and regardless to his artistic skills and his ability to rap, he never got his flowers for how good he was. And then when he started his podcast, everybody was going against him. But there's a quote. One of my favorite quotes is "Die a hero or live long enough to see yourself turn into the villain." Mm-hmm. And is that what essentially happens to us? Like you start out one way, and then all of a sudden the people you encounter turns you to them. So who adjusts to who? Do I get you to submit to my will? Oh wait, we did say that. Do I get you to submit to my will, or do I submit to your will?
I'll gladly live long enough to be the villain. I have no problem with that.
I mean, but in a way, he's
we got to get B Taylor in there too, y'all.
He's correct, right? Because even if you look at, and my bad, B Taylor. Let me just say this last thing. Even if you look at the superhero movies that we watch, right? I believe, and I've always believed, for example, if you just look at the Avengers, right? The Avengers were the enemies. I've always believed that Thanos was the one that was correct. And I believe that he was correct, and I still believe that he was correct, even back then before we was revealed with all of the additional context now that we know, because he was trying to save people from themselves. Right? And he was trying to make the hard choice that ultimately would destroy the entire world. Or he was trying to prevent people from destroying themselves. And because the Avengers didn't know what they didn't know, because they was operating out of ignorance, they was fighting the best thing for them. So I don't know. I think about it a little bit differently. I think that a lot of people think that they're doing good, but in reality, they're doing evil.
I agree. I mean,
in most cases, it's superheroes or the narcissists in the movies and the cartoons.
So everything that I heard, I'm gonna just have to go against the grain. I think what I heard most people speaking, I was very disgusted because I may talk shit, I may get into it with people. I'm not gonna hurt you until you hurt me, and that's like you come for me physically or emotionally, then it's war. But to wish pain and suffering on somebody because I desire and want something, I believe in karma. I believe that any enemy that ever has spoke up against me, which harmed against me, has always failed, has always suffered, and I never delighted in it. I just said, I hope that they learn to be a better person, because when you carry hate on your heart for so long, that's the person that you end up turning into. So if I'm playing sports, I'm not going to wish on somebody's downfall where they're physically hurt. I had COVID just a few days ago, and that shit was horrible. I went to the hospital for it. And in my mind, I thought about, there is not one person in this world where I would say, in my life, that I would say, you know what, I would wish this on my worst enemy. No, I would not. I don't have that type of thinking. And I think that's how you're raised. I think that's where your relationship's at with God, because I'm convicted at the end of the day. When I do something to hurt somebody, regardless, I'm convicted at the end of the day to be like, you know what, that's not right. Like, I feel really bad inside. Like, I don't feel good about it. I don't sleep good at night. Like, oh man, I really just hurt this person. Like, I don't feel good about that. So maybe that's my spirit, but I do think people are born good and they turn evil because this world is an evil world. We're born into sin. It's a sinful world. We're influenced by the sins of this world. But do I think people are born with mental illness that where they lack empathy for others and they commit crimes and do certain things? Then yeah. But somebody that's a baby, you telling me a baby is just evil at fucking heart, like Satan at heart? No, I don't. I personally do not believe that. I go by the Bible. But those who don't
if you go by the Bible, then you know that you're born in sin.
That's fine.
You're born in sin.
The Bible, but for me, it's just like we're born into sin, and we are forgiven, and we are repentant of our sins.
The Bible
not God. You not God. Ain't nobody on this panel not God. I really don't give a damn about none of y'all judging, because y'all don't convict me to hell. So what the fuck do y'all do in my life? Nothing. So I really don't care. So for the people that's listening to this, I don't want you to sit here and think it's okay to wish evil or say I was born evil because I want to benefit myself. You know, there's one thing of protecting yourself, but blatantly wishing harm on somebody, I think, is the most disgusting thing that you can do. And you need to check your heart and your spirit, especially if you're somebody who's spiritual and somebody who do believe in God or a higher power of being, because you're not.
Can I ask you a question, B. Taylor?
Go ahead, Anton.
Why did God send in his people to wipe out entire civilizations?
Can you use an example?
He sent in the children of Israel to take over land.
God gives us a choice. Now,
no, he didn't. No, he didn't. He instructed them to go in and destroy and take over and wipe out everything from the people that he didn't care for and he told them to take over, and he said, kill everything and don't take nothing.
And
Why
what-
would wait? Why would God instruct the people to do that?
And what story are you?
Okay, I'll look it up for you.
Okay.
Well, I can tell you in the Bible that
You can look at Sodom and Gomorrah
I
too.
can tell you in the Bible
Sodom and Gomorrah, there was so much going on where it's just that's how it was. But guess what? Y'all going off of the Old Testament, but if you want to go into the New Testament, where God sent his son to die on the cross for our sins. Now, if you don't want to go with that testament, I can't argue what your take is in religion. But if I'm going off the New Testament,
no, you got to go off the whole Bible.
No, but B Teller, in Mark 10:18, Jesus said, "Why do you call me good? No one is good except for God."
Right. No one is good as in we
except
all
for
sin.
God,
Yeah,
including
we all
himself.
sin. We all make mistakes. We all sin. Like, we're not perfect. So to say like I'm good, we try to be good, but we're born into sin because it is a sinful world and we are influenced by the world.
I used to think like you until I got into a whole altercation at the finish line because I won the race and had to drop somebody, got DQ'd. We both got DQ'd, even though she started it. I'm still twisted about that. So ever since that day, ever since she swung on me first and missed, you know, because you gotta bob and weave, and I beat her down, she became an enemy to me. So I didn't wish her nothing good after that.
But I've been in physical altercations, and I can think back and be like, that didn't feel good. That didn't feel good, regardless of.
I think B. Taylor, maybe you have a limit.
Afterwards, when I saw her every week after that, it wasn't bitch, fuck you and the race, and I hope you break a
But I
limit.
think everybody has a limit, though. Like, if somebody does
God
something to your
specifically
kid-
and instructed the Israelites to destroy the Canaanites, the Perizzites, the Jebusites, and others. He said, he told them, and he didn't say this, he said utterly destroy.
Was that in the Old Testament or
it
the
was.
New Testament?
It was.
But I'm saying, if we're going off of the New Testament, which is
we don't just go by off of the New Testament. You take it in its entirety.
They all the same. They just
no. I'm saying there's a lot of things that there's a lot of things that God asks from the people to sacrifice their kids, but obviously He's not doing that now in the New Testament. That He sent His own Son down.
But people created the New Testament, sweetie.
Huh?
People created the
Well,
New
y'all
Testament.
sacrifice your kids every time y'all have a child out of wedlock.
Back and forth, because I'm not here to debate
that part, Bruiser.
I'm just gonna speak about my beliefs.
So
Bruiser, say that again.
Wait. So you only believe in believe in reading part of the Bible.
I did not say I only believe, but there is a progression.
I'm asking you, why did he tell them to do? Why did he tell them to do that?
I said there's a progression with the Bible.
You're not answering the
Bible
question.
was written
Why did he tell them to do that?
There's a lot of growth that has happened over time, and the way we do things, the way we did things.
You're not answering the question.
You're not even letting me finish talking when I was trying to answer your initial question. I just said progression and growth. The way we did things decades ago and the way the laws were made decades ago obviously has changed now, just like there has changed in the Bible.
Why did he instruct?
And there's laws and principles that we go off of now from the New Testament by law.
Why did he instruct them?
Sin, do not kill, do not steal. Like, we apply that to our own law and government.
Why did he tell them to do that?
Anton, if you were listening, I answered that like
you did not answer it. You said we are progressive. You didn't answer the original question. The original question is, why did he tell them to do it in the first place? Why did he tell them to do it in the first place?
I answered that if you were listening.
Okay, can you answer it again? I'm a C student.
I really don't feel like really going through that explanation, because and you kept asking as I was explaining all of that and talking about the progression of the Bible and the progression over time with people and God and law and religion. That's what I was referring to, but you just kept asking the same question, so you weren't listening.
You're deflecting, B. Taylor.
I'm not reflecting. I think that you're just
not reflecting, deflecting. You're deflecting.
Well, you're not listening.
I am listening. I listened to every word that you said.
No,
you talk about how God is so progressive.
I saw your mouth moving.
You said that God is so progressive, and that's not an answer to the question. The question was, why did he do it in the first place?
And I answered that. but your mouth was moving, so you couldn't hear.
Why are you like this? Why are you like this? I'm genuinely wondering, why are you like this? Why are you like, you don't have to be like this. You know
Maybe
this,
you
right?
have to interview me one day with
I
your
told
wife.
you I got a plane ticket waiting for
Yeah,
you.
with your wife. With your wife.
She's not gonna be here that week.
Nah, I think she should. Godly
You're
man.
not gonna be here that week.
Godly married man. Exactly.
First of all, she's sitting right here. And secondly,
Hey Rita.
She don't speak to people right now. That's
fine.
not her place.
I can still speak though.
Yo, I bet B. Taylor will make a great toxic girlfriend. Like, he is hilarious.
Are you coming in or what? It's a yes or no. You coming through or what?
I asked you originally how many hoes you had, and you have yet to answer.
Why is that important?
We're deflecting and asking
why is that important for you?
And I'm not sure if you're trying to insinuate and calling me that, or you were on a professional level saying
B. Taylor never answers a question,
Brittany Renner, and you flew out.
That's what makes her toxic.
And men. So
I did. I flew out Brittany. I flew out a lot of people.
Yeah. So I don't know which way you're trying to go with that one.
Trying to go with what one?
But if you want to be professional, sure, I'll work with you professionally.
Wait. Where I'm trying to go with what one?
Because when you implied that and said the whole flight thing, you also said I have hoes. I got a lot of hoes. And then that's when you asked me about a flight. So I'm not sure where you were going with that.
Wait. So what does that have to do with you? Are you looking to become one?
No, that's why I'm trying to make sure you're not insinuating. I'm trying to make sure you're not insinuating.
Why are you even concerned about the whole conversation?
Making sure you're not insinuating that.
Insinuate what?
Because you just got through saying about hoes, and then when I asked you about
hoes,
you
real stuck on this whole conversation.
Could you fly me out? And I said, what are you trying to insinuate? Now, if you want to talk about business, we could talk about business.
Listen, baby. I'm just very, very direct. And so if you want to jump on a flight, you let me know. I'm not going to sit here and if you want to have a conversation about hoes, we can have that offline. We can have a one-on-one conversation about hoes if that's what you're really concerned about. However, I'm sorry, B, you should not interrupt somebody when they're trying to
You're hilarious.
make an offer. So if you want to take the flight, the offer is on the table and it is up to you. I treat my guests with the utmost respect, with the greatest luxury and everything. So if that's an experience that you want, you let me know. The whole conversation, we can have that offline.
This is an example of how traumatized you possibly are.
Oh no, I don't need you to. First of all, I'm not paying you. I'm not paying you. I have a therapist for that, so I don't need you to analyze me about how traumatized I am. I think you need to probably focus on what traumatized you.
You're so jumpy, B. Taylor.
Hold on, let go. Let's get to the super chats.
Shout out to my dog KB, half a century of knowledge with the 50 ball in the building. Says I'm giving a 50 ball because I can't believe that B. Taylor is nodding at my comment. No, ma'am. Just to clarify, don't have kids if you don't understand love when you have them. Shout out to KB, half century of knowledge. We appreciate you, big dog, for cooking up. You want me to knock the rest of these out, JR?
Yeah, you can.
All right. If condoms break, you shouldn't have his baby. Carnell Galloway, thank you for the 2 balls. Sir Shot says it was a shot at Rory and Maul and other podcasts. I believe that too. Sir Shot said, let's be honest, Joe Budden, Kev, JR, Anton have set the standard in the social media game. Have to give you all your flowers. Time to boast loud. Sir Shot says Joe is a narcissist. He even said that on Esther Baxter. E Black TV, salute to all those that still grinding. No hate. I just congratulate to those that continue to work at their message. Thanos says, who divorced their husbands, W2 kids, talking about graduation? Black women from other countries doesn't have this mindset. Most Black women in America are not marriage material. She is in college, ran through, have a baby, shaking my head, world watch. Holman Harvey says, Anton, you are the problem. 1 minute you a Christian, married, and the next you telling single women about his private parts, and it is huge too. It's crazy, erratic as hell. To go, he hit me with a few of them. He said, for those who exalt themselves will be humbled, and for those who humble themselves will be exalted. I hope any Christians on the panel truly believe. To go also says karma may not be real, but is reaping what you sow real. Also says anti-Bible is the 48 laws of power, not the word of God. Okay, we all done with To Go. Shout out to Go. Omega Green says the only thing evil needs to flourish is for good people to do nothing. Free the Tates. I guess that's what he meant to say. Forgot the R. Mr. TKO said Lady Di, the scripture is talking about the godly falling. So you proved Anton right. It's not talking about rejoicing the evil of evil people falling. That's why I tried to add the context. B Sharp said Jared looking like Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis. Shout out to Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis, the architects of Janet Jackson's greatest album. HLC Jr. says failure should be to gain wisdom for a correction to become successful. G Firm says hard work always beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. To Go also hit us with another one with the fireball says, okay, Anton, I actually agree with that. Glad you see it my way, my friend. And the Bible says the same thing. God creates evil people on purpose just to destroy. Talk about it. Christopher J says, did I just agree with B. Taylor? I need my meds. Omega Green says, most of you guys are ripping the scripture to shreds with egotistical interpretations. Hashtag learn how to read. Shout out to our new member, Tyrell Birch. Grizz Treats is in the building, says, don't let her off the hook, Anton. Marcus Evans hit us with the fireball, says she like to ask questions but not answer anything, right? Remember, Anton? I remember. Don't worry, I'm paying attention. Torrance B says, B. Taylor trying to create a narrative. Watch her, Anton. I got my eye on her. Don't worry about it. I got my good eye on her, too. Matthew Washington says, I laugh as my enemy kids suffer. It is what it is. Shout out to the savages in the chat. We love savages over here at the Lapeef Network.
All right, make sure you guys hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Moving on to our next topic. I'm coming to you first, One Country. Not all women are afraid of ending up single.
Constantly I'm dealing with a man that, one man, another man, and I just don't find what I'm looking for. I think it's okay to end up being like a person that's like, okay, I choose myself. I like to be alone. I'm not saying for the longevity of everybody, like everybody doesn't want to end up being alone, but I think it's not as bad as people make it seem.
Well, there you go. Not all women are afraid of ending up single. I'm going to go to One Country, then Ali.
We're not. I don't agree with how she explained it, but I don't feel like all women on earth, with 8 billion people plus, so if we divide it in half, roughly 4 billion women on earth are just afraid of ending up single. I mean, stop the cap. Now, okay. Well, my point is, I don't necessarily believe in the institution of marriage. So there's that part for me. And secondly, I just feel like some women weren't wired the right way, I guess. Is like y'all would say, I'm different. Like, that's what I was trying to tell y'all earlier. I guess I'm maybe a diamond in the rough or a coal in a diamond or a mine, whichever one y'all want to say. But I truly believe that not all women are afraid of ended up single. I mean, I do want a life partner. I don't necessarily have to have a wedding to post on Instagram. That doesn't interest me. But I do want somebody to spend the rest of my life with. But I know women that don't care. They make their living off of being side bitches. I try not to judge people as long as they're not my enemy. But I know for a fact there's some women living their lives fine, single.
So side chicks is actually, I mean, it's women that qualify for just that. They don't qualify for marriage. So there's a place for them. They have to share when they get to a certain point in their life. I fundamentally believe that.
I agree too.
I
I'm not one of
fundamentally
them,
believe
but
women can waste away their value,
I know some people like that. And
waste
I
away
just
their
be like,
time
all
away.
right.
None of these guys feel like wifing them up because they become trashy.
Okay.
So,
Go ahead, Brother Ali. What's your thoughts, sir? And then I'm gonna go to Precious.
And there's so many ways you can look at this, but I guess I have to look at it a way just looking at the behaviors of a lot of our women today. I not all women are afraid of single. I mean, by looking at their behaviors, it seems like that's where we are. And if we're saying we're judging our women and saying 70% of our women are unmarried, and a lot of our women can have babies out of wedlock or engage in certain behaviors that can, and it ain't no shot to nobody. I'm just saying truthfully, if a woman feels like she doesn't have to get married, if she feels like she can have children and not have a man be the support, and if you see a lot of women, I see a lot of women, especially in our communities, have a lot of kids and no support. Like possibly maybe take her kids to go see her mother and father every now and then, but for the most part, she's trying to prove to the world that she can do it by herself. So if you see a lot of women that's moving in this way, I mean, all I can do is validate. Not a lot of them are afraid of being single.
All right, Precious.
Yeah, I mean, there are women that will tell you that they rather have Instagram than a husband, so they're not afraid of being single. They're afraid of doing work and putting in work and being with someone. But I think them not being afraid of being single is a cover up. They're at some point in their life, like One Country said, she may not believe in the institution of marriage, but she want to have a life partner. She want to get old with somebody. She wants somebody to be there with her in her old age. So it's not the fact of being afraid of ended up single. It's that a lot of women want that instant attention, not realizing that when you old, that attention is so far gone. Is not even attainable anymore. So I think it's a cover up. They are afraid of being single, but they just know that they just don't qualify for the man that they wanted.
yeah, cover up.
All right, we're gonna go to B Taylor then, Lucky.
Hold on. Not all women are afraid of. Yeah, no, I don't think they are. Because I mean, when you're a woman, you're never really just lonely. There's always some guy that want to entertain you. There's always some guy in your inbox that want to make you feel special. There's always going to be somebody, regardless. As you get older, men get older, and the older men that's older than you are going to probably give you some attention or whatever. I think that I've seen women who get a divorce say they don't want to get remarried. They did it, they tried it, and it just wasn't for them. And I see women who are like, no, marriage is for me. Not everybody's going to get married. I think that's going to be the reality, but I think finding companionship is important. But your companionship can be once you're at a certain age and your husband dies. I've seen widows have fun with their friends at very old ages. They go and play bingo or something like that. Like, it's like they go visit the grandkids. They're never really just like, they're okay with being by themselves. I've seen women post-divorce and they're
What about
okay
a woman
with
that's
being
30
by
that never been
themselves.
married?
They're happy with being by themselves. So it's just, for me, I'm like, yeah, I think women are not afraid of being single. I think they're more afraid of being in a miserable marriage where a caretaker witnessed it firsthand, where the husband was being so mean to his wife once she was no longer useful to him no more because she was disabled. And he was so mean to her. He wouldn't help her or nothing. The caretaker had to do everything. And he just basically was annoyed that she was still alive. So I think some women are like, I'd rather be by my damn self with a caretaker than deal with a man who literally hates me and is annoyed with my whole existence and presence. So I think that's something that a lot of men are jealous of, is that women are now kind of like complacent with just being by themselves. And I've seen it. And it works for some people, and it doesn't work for others, but it works for some people. Not everybody is going to get married, because if that's the case, everybody will get married. There'll be enough people to get married to. Just like everybody don't become mothers.
I have a question for the men before they start answering. Do y'all consider single not married, or because like I'm seeing somebody, I just don't feel like marriage is on the
You down. That's what you
I mean, like I don't.
We're talking about unprotected women. So just like you said,
we got guns nowadays.
Hold on.
We don't need your hands.
Uncovered women. Anyway. Hold on, B. Taylor. Uncovered women. Like when you said you can have a person, I forgot what you said, because you don't believe in marriage, right?
Yeah.
If you have a person that would, to a certain degree, or actually die for you to protect you, that's what we're talking about.
Oh, okay.
That's what Bruiser is talking about. That's not what I'm talking about.
Well, that's how that's my
Hold on.
opinion.
What you say I was talking about?
If you don't have a man that will somewhat die for you or do something like that for you, kill for you or whatever, you're not protected. You're not covered.
I'm protected, and I'm not married yet. I'm protected. I have
if
some.
You ain't married, you say
nobody asking you. She said asking the men. Can you just mute
but
for a
you
second?
just made a blanket statement, so I'm gonna answer just like
men,
you always
men,
interjecting in other people's
men,
stuff. So
what are y'all opinions? Charlie, be quiet. Go ahead, y'all.
No.
Golly.
If you ain't married, you single. If you single, if you ain't got a ring on your finger and you getting buzzed down, you just buzz down. That's it.
You are exactly
right. Getting buzzed down.
You are exactly right.
We're not going to elevate you to the same level as a wife, especially in this day and age. It's an honor to be a wife in this day and age.
To whatever certain man,
the way these women out here just being flooded out.
Every man ain't honorable.
But he knows I don't really care for that though.
That's why he's busting your ass down.
I'm not getting bust down on him.
You are getting bust down. Stop it.
No, I'm not. I don't look like it, but I'm not.
Stop it. Stop. So can we answer the question, or we want to keep what we doing, JR?
You on mute, JR.
My bad. Said we're going to Lucky. She was next, and then we'll go to Bruiser for the question.
Lucky, you can unmute.
Hey, Mr. Lego, you
Yeah, he has on red. Do y'all see he has on red? I think the thing is that no one said that I thought about it's like death. When you know it's the inevitable for you learn not to fear it. And I think because there's a lot of things that we use a man for that a woman can pick up a phone and get that particular access, a plumber, house cleaning, police. She can get a gun herself. There's a lot of things she can also, like Bruiser is alluding to and saying, even if she come to the terms that she ain't gonna get married, she knows she can be a side piece and get dick. Like it's just certain things that women start to be okay with the inevitable. But I think at a certain age they do fear being alone. But once they realize that it's something that they're not gonna get, they come to terms with it and they're no longer afraid. Because also, I think too, sometimes you can get tired of dating, or I like to say kiss a lot of frogs if you're doing it the wrong way and you have the inability to change. A lot of things fall into play. So I think if you're just a person where you know that's not going to happen for you, or you know you've never had many options, or you messed it up with the one that got away, or whatever the case may be, I think it's just something that women just start to not want, because there's a thing that they think that all men are dogs, all men cheat, all this and that and the other. And then if you kind of start listening to podcasts that have been popular where men are talking, you start thinking, damn, all right, I might as well just be by myself if this is what's going on. So I think it's a lot of things happening. It's a lot of structures happening today. I think women just genuinely do not care to marry men or anybody, not necessarily the men in their community. No man. They don't want to have to answer to nobody. They don't want to have to deal with this. Oh, you need to be paying this, doing this, taking care of this, all of this, if you want me to answer to you. And I think because that's the case, they're cool with not getting into a marriage unless it's under those type of conditions. So yeah, I don't think they're afraid anymore.
All right, go ahead, Bruiser. Answer the question.
Man, all I can say is women they position their movements, their empowerment to a point to where they can mask the shame of being single and not having anyone, and not being a wife, if you're not standing behind a husband, you are the lowest of the lowest. When you have these bastards, you're just making everything worse for everybody, because all these kids are doing is growing up and just shitting on everybody. So look at it like that. I could see past your damn movements. I could see past your feminism, your women empowerment. You still ain't shit. And you carrying yourself out here talking about you got a roster and you getting bust down and you got a man.
He's trying to be
That ain't
direct. If
shit.
you don't I'll go in on you, Bruiser, if you
If it
want to
don't,
sit
hey,
there and go in.
Come
hit
on,
dog,
man.
So you want to
I didn't
start
say it
always talk
specifically
about
to you.
bust downs and all this other
It's
stuff.
not
Did
just
you
you.
marry a bust
You're
down?
not the only one.
Did your
Listen,
wife do your lady dress
you're
like
not
a
the
bust
only
down?
woman. You're not the
You
only
got
women in society
online
that got a roster.
and
So
you
if it don't
married
apply to you, don't make it
you know
apply
what?
to you,
You
because
should
then
get
you make
reported
yourself
to the
seem like a
government for
victim.
scamming the government, for getting married to a woman and
What?
making her a divorcee, and then go get you a bust down to marry before she
I
hits
have
the
a wife.
streets.
I
Before
have
she hits
kids,
the
and all
streets,
of my
so you
kids
know
I
you
had
gotta
are
stay
in
with these
wedlock.
hoes. So you had to
I'm a
carry up
married
and marry a
man,
blow up dog.
successful.
So while you want to sit
I'm
there
a married
and talk
man,
about,
successful,
you're not
and
even an
retired.
honorable
And
man.
my wife
You're
is
not even an
retired.
honor. Like, who are
My
you?
wife,
Is your wife
my
even
wife,
turned on? Because every
my wife
Thursday we
don't gotta
see
go out
you.
here and sign
Every
NDAs.
Thursday we see you, your ass sitting
My
in the
wife do
dungeon
not
in
gotta
the
go
dark,
out here and
and you're
sign
not doing
NDAs.
enough with your family or
Go
your
get your
wife.
go get your
But you
pen.
can go
All
pay
right,
for her
simmer
to go
down,
get
simmer down,
surgery.
simmer down,
So you want to
simmer
sit there
down,
and talk
simmer
about
down.
All right,
bust
A
y'all.
down.
hit dog
Chill.
holler.
I'm gonna need you to go check your own shit at
Hey,
home.
A hit
hey.
dog holler.
Hey,
Y'all, come on,
Taylor,
y'all. Let's get back to
stop.
the
Grow a
topic. Get back to the
hairline.
topic.
Stop,
A hit
Taylor.
dog
Grow
holler.
some damn hair.
Stop.
I'm confused. What?
Go ahead.
Can we keep going?
Go ahead, Bruiser. Finish with the topic.
I'm done. I'm done.
Okay.
I think she.
All right. Go ahead, lady. Mac.
Okay. I'm sorry. So, not all women are afraid of ending up single. I don't think women understand what that even means. Like, when you get old and you're single with we talking about men, then you can call, I think you guys are saying you could call whoever and you'll be okay. But that's not how it's supposed to be. So is it supposed to be where women are supposed to be by themselves in their homes? Or is it supposed to be they're supposed to be with their man? So because in this society, everybody is do what I want to do. I don't need no man. I don't want no man. Y'all men ain't shit. So what is the point of having these kids? Because kids, there's a man. Without the man, why is there kids? I don't understand that. So marriage is not just about you and that person. It's about you and your family. So when you take the man, because that's what I'm hearing, you take the man out of the house because no one wants to be married. And then they say, well, I was married for 10 years to this asshole, as if all men are the same, as if you didn't choose this man to that is a quote unquote asshole. I think that, how about don't look at it like that, right? You have a business, right? Your business failed. Does that mean you're not gonna have no more businesses? Like business ain't shit now? Or does that mean you just gonna come up with a better goddamn plan and execute it? So when you're looking at people, you have to make sure you learn from, let's say, a mistake or whatever you want to call it, and then know who to pick. And then maybe have someone that is married, been married for years, and be like, hey, can you help me? A lot of people are not even asking. They just like, I'm not doing it no more because of all of these quote unquote bad seeds. And I think that's not cool. But then we can have kids though. And that's not fair to them to start off like that. And I'm not shaming anyone that's having kids without having these the dads around. Things happen. I get whatever, cool. But at the end of the day, these kids don't have a father in the house. And that's where I'm seeing is missed, being single. And I'm not speaking for women that can't have kids. I'm speaking for women that got kids and can have them. Where are the fathers at? Those are the husbands. Let's stop this baby daddy stuff. You ending up single, but you got 3 or 4 or 5 kids. I don't understand how any of that makes sense. So let's talk about that. Okay. And then when your kids are out the house, right? They're not in your house forever. They're going to grow up and be gone. Who are they going to see? They're going to come and see you by yourself? Or should it be you and the damn dad? Or a father, somebody, stepdaddy, somebody. It should be you and somebody, not you by yourself. You are a female. Females are supposed to be protected by men, not by, let me go get my phone, let me go call 911 as if they're going to come in a minute. It takes a while. Oh, let me go get my gun. Someone came in my house. You act like that shit is easy. Like you need help. It's not just one person. You need multiple people. That's what I'm trying to say. You shouldn't be having, oh, let me go. Oh, it's in my drawers under my bed. Let me go get that. Are you in class to defend yourself, or you just saying I'm gonna pop my gun? Going to a shooting range don't mean you're an expert. So make sure that.
And Lady Di.
Okay.
You know what's crazy? It's funny how you hear people say they're against people who wish ill will towards their enemies, but then turn around and position their children for flaws, weaknesses, deficiencies, limitations.
You're breaking up, Bruiser, just a little bit. I'm sorry. Maybe it was just me.
You know what I'm saying?
Sorry.
It's just crazy how they can say these things and send their children out there.
Yeah, they take their anger out in their little fatherless children. The shit is disgusting. I agree.
Man.
What I'm saying is, I think women need to stop with this. I'm not afraid to be single nonsense, especially the ones that have not been married. The ones that have been married, got divorced, they feel, oh, I've been there and done that already. But there are a lot of women that have never been married and they don't even want to get married. I don't understand the analogy.
But it's also equal, Lady Di. Like, I agree with you. I agree with everything you said. I believe in, however, I've seen stepfathers raise the kid better than the original father. I hate that I say original, but you know what I'm saying? And he doesn't get the thanks, like most people from where I grew up, like they have stepfathers or something happened. I agree with you. But let's say you have all these women saying, I'm ready and I want to get married. You still have the men that are available saying they don't want marriage either. So if the women also don't want marriage, I'm saying, is your opinion gender specific, or is just in general you think people should do the work and get married, or it's not okay for women to think that it's only okay for men to say they don't want to get married?
So
men want to get married.
I agree. So no, I'm not gender specific. I was just answering this question because there's a lot of women that think like this. Now, men per se, I don't think a man should be like, oh yeah, I want to be single and not get married. I don't agree with that, because then how is his legacy, right, gonna grow if you don't create it? You could have all this money, but who the fuck you giving it to, right? So I think that it should definitely be a part where you have a family, but it's still different from this particular topic. So that's, yeah.
I actually feel bad for these intolerable women. I feel bad for them. There's a form of social psychosis or something. Like when an animal gets pulled down and knows it can't escape, it goes into this psychosis where it's like its heart rate slows down, it stops fighting, it knows what's about to happen, and it just slowly dies before it gets killed. You feel me? And I think a lot of these women are dealing with this form of psychosis where they're just like, I know nobody wants me. But the problem is, in my opinion, some of these women are so traumatized where all they actually have to do is spend the same amount of time that they spent in college. They'll go 6 years in college to work for a white man, but they won't spend at least 3 years in front of a damn therapist and dealing with their own shit. They don't want to do that. So they sit around like children pouting for years, wondering why nobody wants them. But it's a specific reason why nobody wants them, because they're intolerable due to the fact that they have not gotten the amount of therapy that they actually need, or they're not listening to the tools that a therapist is actually instilling in them. And until a woman does that and changes her own life narrative, she's going to end up being like the little animal, just dying before it gets killed. And it's really sad. And I think, I don't know, I just think women have a belief that nobody's ever going to want them. So they just out here just dying without even dying. This shit is really sad. But if you actually fight and get out of your own problems and turmoil, a man will actually want to be with you. Because some of you women are fine. Some of you women are pretty. Some of you women are still young. Some of you women have like a lot of attributes, but your trauma, your issues, your emotional problems are so in the way where all you got to do is get some damn therapy. You damn intolerable ass women.
I want to ask. I'm sorry, Jr. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying go ahead. We're gonna ask this question and then we're gonna go ahead and move on.
No, I want to hear Precious and Ali, everybody. So,
No, I think has everybody gone? Everybody.
We went, love. We went.
Yeah, we went. Lucky.
Okay, so I like what he was saying, but have y'all ever heard women who say, I've been in therapy for 5 to 6 years? Like, I'm a person, like, I've tried it a couple times. I think our traumas and the things we experience should make us more self-aware. It should give us wisdom. We should, like Lady Di saying, me personally, that's what a lot of traumas have done in my life. A lot of mistakes, a lot of things that taught me to be better, to be able to go back and talk to people who maybe have traumatized me, that I'm wrong, a lot of different things, right? You come with maturity because you want to learn from other people's experiences of you, right? When I go to therapy, I think like, she's not really telling me nothing I don't know. She just telling me how to navigate through stuff. Kind of like you said earlier, I don't need validation. I already know I got messed up, you know? But do you think that most women use therapy as a pacifier? Like you're not supposed to just be going for years. You know what I'm like?
Yeah.
Most women are in therapy for like 5. Why do you think, or everybody on the panel, why do you think that is that people get so comfortable being in therapy for years on time?
There's one word that I use was utilizing the tools that the therapist hopefully or potentially, helped you with. We all, men and women, need tools, right? In order to start this business or do this, whatever it is, you need tools. So sometimes a crappy therapist would just sit there and look at you while you look at them and you start talking about your day and stuff. You know what I'm saying? But a cognitive therapist, a therapist that actually has they care about people, because some people just go to work, just like people go to work at McDonald's. Therapists, they just go to work. They don't give a damn about none of these damn people. But when you give tools to help that person deal with certain conflict situations, or when there is conflict and you're able to go to your therapist and say, hey, this happened, I did this, what do I do next? And you actually become a better person. Those are the actual things that therapists can have and offer to you. But some therapists don't, you know what I'm saying? So I look at cognitive therapy as more of an action-oriented way of therapy instead of, so how was your day? So how did you feel about that?
Lucky, if I didn't know how to be a man and all my anger came from not knowing how to be a man, and I went to a therapist just to get therapy about my anger, is it gonna help my life at all?
No, I think I'm of the belief. I think we need more male mentorship. So I think a man should go to a mentorship or become a Mason if you can, like whatever organization. So that's what
my point was. A lot of women are going to therapy. A lot of men are going to therapy, but it's not educating them on how to be men and women. It's just teaching them how to process resolution. That's all it is. And it teaches self-love again. It teaches you again. Think about yourself. Think about what you can do better. It's not educating women or men on how to be good mothers, fathers, men and women. That's the problem. So
you were in mental health, right, Ali?
Yeah. So, and I
think it's kind of like a doctor. Like, I'm not really gonna give you what's needed to heal you, just enough for you to keep coming back.
I know that's what it is. It's a daycare. It's a daycare. And the best thing that kids can get from mental health or from that therapeutic sessions is an individual who really cares about them and loves them and doing something outside of what the curriculum is saying. So if a kid runs into me, they're gonna get a father figure, a brother figure, a person who truly cares about them, do things outside of the facility, take them places, try to form a great bond with them and teach them different things. Or you're gonna get somebody just follows the curriculum and just talks all therapy.
So why do we promote therapy as the solution if we can also say it's just really keeping you sick? Like, so
the reason why I said cognitive therapy, because all therapists aren't trash. All therapy isn't trash. I understand what y'all saying. I do what I do as a coach, and I've been to therapy, and it is an actual difference. You know what I'm saying? So I look at therapy as a part of the process. And like Ali says, a mentor is a part of the process too. So the fighting part of what I'm saying, instead of just dying alone, like Kevin Samuel said, or just, falling out, just saying, oh, well, I'm never going to find nobody. It's about not giving up. So if this doesn't work, try this. Like, I coach women, and that's why I love what I do, because I serve as somewhat of a father figure or a masculine figure. And it's not just about, so how was your day? I give them action steps and things like that. So it's just a lot of different things that's important for a woman to try out and figure out what works for them, instead of just giving up like this woman is saying.
It's suppressing, it's suppressing development. We don't need therapy. We need to grow up. We need to continue developing to men and women, and hold ourselves responsible. Hold ourselves responsible and accountable for our behaviors. If I really want to be a man, I'm gonna go attach myself to another brother and to be a man. If a woman really wants to be a woman, a mother, father, then you attach yourself to those people, and that's what you do. You got to hold yourself accountable.
Bars, Ali. If you want to be married, get you some married friends. But women do not want, if they feel your husband think that you're attractive, they don't want single women being their friends in a circle. So that's also a struggle. But I was gonna ask you guys, since y'all brought up the Bible, why no one ever talks about pastoral counseling? Like, you ain't gotta pay for that. Like, no, we bring up the Bible conveniently, but people want to go use your insurance card to go to somebody who may not believe what you believe. So do you think you should go to get counseling from somebody who already aligns with your belief?
Yes.
The answer is yes.
Yeah,
that's another place.
And I was gonna say, like, some people, to me, think about, like, Lucky, let's say you want to be a makeup artist, right? You go to somebody that's going to teach you how to be a makeup artist, but then you realize that their skills that they're teaching you isn't working. You don't like the way your makeup look. You don't like the way how you apply it to somebody else. And then you keep going for 5 more years. Whose problem is that? Yours or the therapist? So I think that people need to just stop. Like, if it's not working and the things that they're teaching you ain't working for your life, is not
try something else.
Then you need to make sure that you find someone that can cater to what you need. If you're trying to get a lifestyle that looks this certain way, then go find that person that's going to do that for you, because they out there. So at the end of the day, it's still a choice based on who you choose. Just choose wisely and don't just stick with something that sounds like you want to be that person. You don't want to change. You just want to say, oh, I've been to therapy. Oh yeah, I've been doing that just to get a cookie, but that shit ain't working. So
but you need someone to challenge your beliefs.
Yeah,
that's it.
More so than align with your beliefs. You need someone to challenge your beliefs.
Challenge it.
This is what you're doing. Yes. This is what else you can do. Try this for a certain period of time, or try this for a period of time. See what works. We have to challenge each other.
That's a fact. And that's what I enjoy doing, challenging the women that I coach, instead of a therapist just sitting there staring at you and shit. You know what I'm saying? So I agree with you on that, Ali.
I would like to say something on this subject. I grew up rather entitled, and I ended up just happening to run fast, all of that. So I had a different life. Like, so when I get on these podcasts, I try and relate to some of the subjects. When I decided, with my family, and I decided for me to have my daughter, I had torn my ACL, and I was already graduating early because I'm smart, and I wasn't going to come back and run anyway. So I was like, all right. And my dad was like, you're only 20. You don't have to marry this man because you got pregnant by him. And I was like, oh, I know. Spend the rest of my life with somebody that might not be a good fit, because I'm a firm believer in soulmates. He wasn't my soulmate, but my child's father was around. She can call him whenever she gets ready to. That's her protector. She knows that he's right around the corner. We made that a thing, for him to be close. He's not in my house, but he can get here quick. That's just what it is. And he's always been around. And before that, she had my dad, their structure. So in the type of family that I grew up around, different types of people, our structure was different. So I can relate to therapy, but that was because I got hurt while I was world ranked. And then I was like, oh, now I'm not running track anymore. I need to go see a therapist because I don't know what am I going to do with my life type therapy. But like trauma and all that stuff, that's one thing. But my choice of not wanting to jump into the government's legal definition of marriage is because of the fact that I'm a historian and I teach history. I teach real history, not the one that the teaks tell you to teach or that they tell you to teach. I'm a real historian. So basically they just charging you to say that you're married, and you can put anybody as your beneficiary. Oh, it's a business transaction. Oh, it's this, it's that. We made a child together and we're still cool. I can still call him right now and get anything that I need. I can still call him right now and get him to beat anybody's ass that I want to. That's just, we're friends. We co-parented all the way. And my whole thing,
you would go and beat somebody's ass for you?
Absolutely. Absolutely. You can black out the screen right now. I can call him right now and tell him I got a problem on live, and he'll ask me where's the problem at, because I'm his child's mother. But the moral of the story,
he would ask you what a problem at.
Y'all are putting yourself in a bubble, and you're not evolving. And y'all are reading Bible scriptures that were translated by people that were trying to control a group of people. And I think that is funny. Y'all can laugh at me all you want. The joke is on you. I'm living my life free, and I'm gonna find my soulmate. And I don't care who judges me.
Look at B. Taylor.
B. Taylor agree with everything a woman says. No matter what a woman says, she just gonna be like, yes, girl. Yes.
Nah, I grew up in I
wasn't necessarily laughing at you.
I'm gonna get what I want. I'm not gonna settle because somebody telling me I need to get married. If I
what
grew
does
up
that
my
mean,
whole
not
life
wanting to
getting
settle
what I
though?
wanted
Hold on, y'all. Let her
from
finish.
my parents, I grew up that way. Why would I change the way that I am and how my parents raised me from getting
Because
what I
you
want?
changed. That's why.
No, they made me this way for a reason, because this world is
you're
garbage,
older.
full of garbage
Things changed.
people, and I need to watch who I let into my life.
You gotta change
and the first
what
man
changed.
that got me pregnant is not the man that I wanted to spend the rest of my life with.
The one country cookie, you don't think you've changed, and because you've changed, you have to change?
I didn't say I didn't have to change.
You said I'm not going to change for nobody.
My standards not going to change because of the way that I live right now.
Since you were younger, or since last week, or since when have your standards?
The debutante and all of the people that I know, it's just the way that I was raised. I don't settle for less.
I got a question.
That's why I was aware.
Are you aware that since you're older, your standards have to change with the time because you're older? That's all. Are you aware that since you're older, you said you're in your 40s, your standards have to change?
I'm right at 40
or 20s.
I get carded everywhere I go. Boo, don't act like go to my page.
Are you aware of that?
That doesn't matter. I can go get
you aware of that. Just a question.
Yeah, I'm very aware. I'm aware of time, but time is I don't live on that. I guess you can call me a hippie, whatever you want to, a shroom head, a stoner. I don't care what
delusional.
You call me. But what I'm telling you is
delusional.
I don't care about that.
Delusional.
I have a question. One country cookie.
I look good for my age. I take care of myself. I can pull.
You were for your age, though.
But it's
you
gonna
said
be
that
who
yourself.
I want
For your age.
Y'all
gotta
telling
put
me,
that
oh,
in
you're
there.
too old and need to get married. Get the fuck out of here. Yes, what's your
See,
question?
B. Taylor, you are toxic. You are a toxic femininity person.
I'm not even saying anything.
The body language.
Body language.
Golly, B. Taylor, you so
sorry.
toxic.
I got people in my DM now. I'm not worried about y'all. Just
ain't nobody in your DM. Stop. Ain't nobody in your DM. Stop.
How you know who in her DM? Mr. Let Go, you probably gonna be in there next.
Lay on there, you can't see
He's gonna be in there coaching. He's gonna be in there coaching.
Everybody can do this.
Coaching session.
I get you right.
Hey, Lapeef, thank you for the heads up. DMs
Half
on
off.
full.
One country cookie, ain't nobody in your DM. Stop.
That's because Mr. Let Go ain't in there yet. He want to offer you a coaching session 1-on-1. He'll probably
Half price.
Half price.
I got you. I got you, One Country Cookie.
For one
I have your
special.
DMs like
You
popping.
his
I
type
got you.
too. You definitely his type. That's why he
trying
mad.
to force me to get married.
Hey, Mr. Lego, tell about the other thing you do. 2-for-1 special.
Girl, he changed tires apparently.
That other thing you do.
I see his little face here. He's definitely cute. So
Mr. Let Go. You about to get got, Mr. Get got.
Oh,
you better be in them DMs later.
One Country Cookie, you need some tires.
I'm coming from track practice. I came straight off the track here.
Athletic body, okay.
But go look at my page.
Mr.
And
Let
I
Go
don't
said
have no problem pulling nobody. That's what I'm saying. When I
Hold on,
decide,
I just got a question. I got a question.
Yeah.
You need some new tires?
No, I just bought tires. Why would I don't get it?
You don't get it.
Oh,
You gotta
you
go
should
back
have
to
answered
the video.
yes.
You gotta
He
go back
buys
to the
tires
video.
and eat booty.
Hey, Bruiser, why should he answer yes?
And
What
we're
you
gonna eat
say?
her ass.
Lucky, what'd you say?
Right after you get from the gym, too.
I said he Bruiser said it. He buy tires and eat ass.
He was gonna eat your ass.
He'll get your other ACL.
Like no shower. After you ate a full tub of spaghetti, too.
Oh my god. I should not be feeling this way.
Yo, we just playing One Country Cookie. You good people. We just mess with you.
Oh my god.
You gotta get these
So One Country
elbows
Cookie.
throughout
Real
the
talk.
night.
Your baby,
She was playing, Mr. Let Go.
He not playing. You his
if your
type.
baby daddy say he wasn't married, you
No
weren't
makeup.
married.
Yes.
No, I'm definitely playing. I'm good. I'm good.
I said I
Look,
she was
I
playing.
feel like women that grew up a certain way.
She ain't playing.
No, I'm serious. Like,
okay.
I grew up a different type of way.
So if he contacted you, you'd be like willing to be like progress from there?
Who?
You.
Mr. Let Go?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he cute.
No, so would you like
You about to hit them DMs.
JR, you didn't do it.
entertain some dates?
Yeah.
Yes.
Now watch this. What about the other guy?
the guy you see?
Oh, you just forgot about him? Dang.
What about the baby daddy?
He's single, right? That's what y'all said.
Nah, no.
He's looking for a covering. She looking for covering, so she's single. Ain't that
One
what
Country Cookie. Hold on, let me ask a question.
She wasn't single.
You mess with me, you're gonna have to sit your ass down somewhere and stop all that mess you be talking.
What what am I talking about? All I've said was speak my truth.
She wants you to make
She
her
pleaded with
quiet.
you. She pleaded.
Okay.
She said, "What mess do I
As
got
long
to
as you
stop?"
pay to sit your little ass down, that's all I gotta say.
I don't go nowhere. I'm at home every day.
So you'll be a stay-at-home wife.
There you
go. No, I got a coach. I'm a coach.
You at home every day with who? Who you at home every day with?
My dog Gringo and my daughter. She in
What about the other guy?
Brought a dog, Lord.
When do you see
He
the
in
other guy?
Atlanta. That's far.
He's Kevin James.
You know who else is in? You know who else is in Atlanta?
Uh-oh.
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 I thought you was in Texas.
Hey, boy, she already,
Texas.
she already ready
He
to
don't communicate well.
Tia Mowry.
Hold on, you in Atlanta, One Country Cookie?
No, I'm in Houston.
Oh, what come I says my Atlanta?
I'm in Pearland. I'm in the suburbs. I'm lying. I'd be lying if I said I was in
Oh, okay.
So y'all long distance, he fly over there sometimes?
No, I go there.
Okay.
You fly or drive?
I never drive that far. I drove too much in college. I used to drive from Baton Rouge to Waco.
Look at Mr. Let's Go. He's like, when your next trip?
Well, I got a tour in Houston.
How come? I'm rooting for everybody black.
Oh, long. So you just forgot about this other guy? What about the guy? What about the other? B-Tell, you gonna co-sign this? What about...
Hold on, Ali. You know what this is?
No,
What
Mr.
this
Lecco, she
is?
said she was not single.
Ali, it don't matter, bro. A woman is going to forget about all her whole life
for Mr. Let Go
for a real ass nigga. Fuck all that other shit.
If she doing that for Mr. Let Go, I can
nothing matters
imagine what
to a woman.
into them niggas and
Nothing
be
matters to a woman.
Pop your
I always say
shit,
women don't have
Mr.
beliefs.
Mallory.
They just have
Pop your
fears.
shit.
You get rid of those fears, that's it.
all she see is the Jordan sign on your shirt and that necklace.
Women can get away with all this. That's why we
And a smile.
You know,
That's
you
why
want
we
me to
do.
be honest? I see his muscles.
Wait,
I grew up around athletes.
Look at him trying to play about.
Country Cookie, you really got a boyfriend? Like in real life?
Hold on, y'all. Hey, Mr. Let Go, don't let him. Don't,
Just talking
look,
aside.
hey, you see Mr. Let Go, right?
You gotta grow. Business. Like, y'all are all in your business.
Hold on, calm down. I'm asking for real because y'all said that. I didn't hear her say that. So y'all like,
Y'all in her business,
so I'm
though.
asking. Ali just asked her that. Why I can't ask to understand?
Why?
That it is a race to the finish. If you don't finish,
Okay, sis, you know, girl.
It's a race to the finish. I'm competitive.
You know, B. Taylor gonna say you go girl to everything.
You gonna co-sign that, B. Taylor?
She said she's single.
I expect the men to be competitive with me as much as I
There
was
we go.
with them.
Y'all.
Wait, Mr. Let Go, don't you want to be married?
Pineapple show, boy.
I really.
Okay, Precious.
I said you want to be
Precious,
married.
get-
Does country?
If
does
I
country
found
wanna be
somebody
married?
I really, really, really cared about, and they was like,
Hold
"You gotta
on.
marry me," then I'd be like, "All right," but it would be no big blow.
Are you getting married? Are you open to marriage now?
You gonna
What?
drag it to the altar?
No, I
Yo,
really
this is-
don't believe in marriage. But if it's somebody that I care about,
So you would do
Y'all.
something that you don't believe
is
in.
A woman will break her rules for a real nigga. I need y'all to leave her alone.
All
for
right,
a
Mr.
second.
Let Go.
That ain't what that is, but
Got
okay,
this woman
if you
changing
think
her
so.
mind
Women
about
don't have
marriage,
rules.
probably.
They have. Hold on, B. Taylor. Women don't have rules. They have fears. When you let her understand that the fears aren't there, there's nothing else there. Women don't have rules. There's no rules.
No, women got suckers. That's
They
what they
just
got.
get scared of shit, and they say,
There's
"I'm not
always
gonna do
gonna
this
be a
because I want to get hurt."
No, Let Go trying to erase her fears of
No.
getting
I mean,
into a
no.
relationship.
Y'all literally are missing a whole conversation, bro.
Man, no, we not.
Hold on. At the very beginning,
Look, all of us wrong. We all
at
wrong.
the
Go ahead.
very beginning of this conversation, she was not moving off of her point at all. She was talking about this masculine woman nonsense and all
That's
of that.
right.
Now she willing to
never
throw
said I was a
all of it
masculine
away.
woman. I said I
Now
was
she
ugly.
willing to throw all of it away, and she's willing to go against the very thing that she stands against for the person that she wants. How does this
She's
make
a woman,
sense?
bro. She's
She
a
got-
woman.
She got muscles. She got muscles.
Hold on.
woman.
Because in the
I
very
tell the
beginning,
truth.
I said that it is a woman's nature and that she was lying. I literally said it. And now all the way 3 hours later, we get to the point to where she admits the very thing I called her out for in the very beginning of the show, bro.
Anton, she's a
And
woman.
Mr. Let Go is defending her.
Let Go.
Embrace
Stop
her
it.
femininity, bro.
He
I
flip-flopping
embrace
with her.
women's femininity. They all over the place.
He gonna flip flop all the way to Atlanta.
Wait. I said that this was I predicted that
Eating
this was
booty all the
going
way
to
down the
happen.
aisle.
All the way to Atlanta.
You
I got a
know,
serious
I
question.
predicted that this was going to happen. I predicted it. I said that it was going to happen. It literally played out right before our eyes.
Nobody let
I
me
got a
finish
serious
because I was
question,
doing
please.
Twizzlers. You still haven't let me finish, but it's okay.
So
I've
I'm
been
actually
sitting here listening the whole time. All I've been doing is laughing.
Lucky. If there was a guy that you liked, but then you
Jesus
knew he
Christ.
didn't want marriage, period. Okay. He said he don't want to get married. And then one day he's like, I want to get married. All of a sudden, with a flip of a switch, you gonna marry him?
Yeah. Lucky to
No.
break all her little rules.
Hold on.
You said
First of all,
initially.
wait. Before you answer that, Lucky, because I do want you to answer that. Let me make sure I give Mr. Let Go his props. Listen, bro, you take a lot of shit on this panel. You catch a lot of strays, but we're going to give you the same amount of credit as we give you the strays. Mr. Let Go, I have to give you your credit today. You are the man. You I give credit where credit is due. I gotta give you your flowers, bro. You the man, bro.
Yo, women love sitting their asses down, bro. They just
What
need
was the
somewhere to
question?
sit.
That was not the point. You're missing what I was gonna say. Y'all still haven't let me finish it, Mr. Ali.
You said enough. You said enough.
No, I wasn't gonna get in the traditional like. I don't want a real wedding. Like if we would have to come to some kind of consensus on what you mean by like marriage. Like, are we going to sign a license and doing all this bullshit? Are we gonna have a ceremony? You know, like Goldie Hawn.
Is he your type though? If he was willing to talk to you, build with you, is he the type of man you would marry?
Man, hold on, Ali.
No,
Ali.
I'm talking about like Kurt Russell, Goldie Hawn marriage,
Ali,
like
Ali.
common law. Like
Bro,
y'all get it.
If y'all believe in anything that she's saying, that she's saying right now, bro,
oh no,
stop the cap. Because listen, she already ready to get married and she ain't even met this nigga before.
Mm-hmm.
You really listening to this?
It's a lot out there, but Anton, there's a lot of women out there like that. No, there's a lot of women out there that will marry instantly.
No, I know. Listen, I didn't believe that from the very beginning.
Oh, we definitely
wasn't going for that.
Hold on, y'all.
What if he didn't have muscles? What if he didn't have muscles?
No,
all I gotta say, I love a woman with unnatural hair. So you know what I mean.
Some muscles.
Do y'all know
that
how long Goldie Hawn and Kurt Russell been together without marriage? But they call each other husband and wife.
This is horrible.
So you want to call me your husband?
This is quite possibly the most horrible thing that I've witnessed this year in 2023.
So I was asking
alone, bro.
This is reality.
All right,
y'all. Oh no, Mr. Lego. I'm not trying to mess up your Mackie game, bro.
I know, Mr. Lego. You saving them?
Hey, go ahead, Lady Di.
Do what you do, Mr. Lego. I know the game.
Hold on, y'all, Lady Di.
I'm gonna ask Lucky and Precious actually. So if there was a man that you know he don't want marriage, he said it for time after time, and then now flip up a switch, he's like, I want to get married. Would you take him seriously to be married?
I wouldn't even get that far if our initial conversations before we got to the relationship, we weren't on the same page. Like probably play around or naive, Lucky, may have waited out or we said it's gonna happen. But if you asking me right now with knowledge and wisdom, like no, I wouldn't even know. So I don't believe in trying to change somebody or waiting around until they get it together. I think you should have friends. I think you should date with a purpose. That doesn't mean sleep with them, but also see if you're on the same page. And if you are, then that's when you enter a relationship and court all that other stuff that people like to say. So me personally, I don't think that it should even get that far. If the initial conversations before the relationship, y'all don't want the same things, then why are y'all having a relationship?
Lady Di.
Because y'all why we can't do that as women?
Y'all do realize, y'all do know.
Exactly.
There's a lot of women.
Do that. Why are we lying? My women.
Why are y'all lying?
Just
right?
Because they look good.
You just trying to eat some ass. Calm down. You just trying to eat some. We get it. She going. Calm down.
Right. No, but there's a lot of women that do this. A lot of women. I mean, to the point they'll even be fighting you until you just say, you know what? I want to be with you. And they go, for real? Like right away.
Because they want that from that particular guy. If they really wanted it, then they would be looking for that. And they would soon realize we control our own wants and desires and our attractions.
No, we control your wants and desires.
We won't even. My point is though,
control your wants and desires.
My point is that it's unhealthy. I hope Lady Di is trying to say it's unhealthy. That relationship is not going to work either. It's women are just jumping in whenever it's convenient. They just go along. A lot of women, not women who know how to vet, but a lot of women just will go with whoever the next one is, and then eventually go. You know what? I don't even want to be with him anymore. It could be the guy that she wants.
There's something called. Like what y'all call it? I've heard it from a man, monkey branch dating or some shit. Something like that when they swinging. It's no intent behind that. They just having fun. I like him too, take him to him. That usually happens if you have an immature mindset of dating or you believe it's gonna happen one day.
Monkey branch.
Wait, what happened?
You said it's called monkey branch.
Just go ahead.
No, monkey branching is different.
It's totally different.
I look at it like the people who always have to be in a relationship to get validation. They can't operate on themselves. What Lady Di was saying. So
That's personal.
no, I
She's
think
in a
that's what
relationship.
dating is.
Who is in a relationship?
Nothing.
Y'all trying to mess up Mr. Let Go's thing.
I
man.
knew that's what you was
We
coaching
really,
the women to
if
do,
we
Mr.
got
Let
games,
Go. I knew that's what you was coaching the women to do. I knew that dirty dog over there. I knew that's what you was doing.
No, I've
Think
never
about
played
me.
with anybody that I've coached. That's totally different. That's totally
we don't
different.
know that.
I ain't never gonna do that. Never will.
Cause
Never.
You just coached her. You just coached her right on your lap.
You just said you make them sign NDA, so we will never know.
Yo, y'all.
Got him. You can't say, look, got him.
I'm not gonna let y'all. I'm not gonna let y'all.
Lucky,
try to
that was good.
No, for the rest of the
That
night.
is a profession.
For the
That's
rest
totally
of
different.
the night.
Who have you
Mr.
offered
Let
an
Go.
NDA to on this panel?
No.
What'd you say, B. Taylor?
I said, who have you offered an NDA to on this panel? Because you
Nobody.
left and right.
Nobody.
What are you talking
The
about,
rest
B.
of the
Taylor?
night, Mr. Let Go is off limits. I am his protector. I will not let y'all say anything.
Thank you, sir.
You're his covering.
All right, y'all. We got to get to the meat of the conversation. We got to get to the meat of the conversation. We know the ladies like the meat.
Ow.
Lucky threw that in there.
Hold on. What Lucky say? What she say?
Nothing, Anton.
It
You're
was for
covering. I'll
those who
talk
had
to
ears to
Anton.
hear.
I'll talk to your counsel, not you. Anton is for counsel.
Your leader.
Oh my God! Really,
Come on,
my
bag
leader?
chasers.
Really? Wow.
All right, yeah, we're gonna get to the super chats on the back end, but we're gonna talk about emotional maturity. Emotional maturity. Let me go ahead and play these clips.
Yeah, Lucky and Precious.
This is what you have to remember. The average black woman in America don't get no older than about 14. So just talk to her and deal with her like you dealing with a 14-year-old. Don't come at her like you dealing with an equal, because she's not going to be able to accept that. You got to go way back. And we cut off at about 14 to 15. We don't develop and mature no further until we get some new information and accept some different information.
Oh, I thought I said 14 earlier. That's kind of
Just go to Mr.
If
Let
I was
Go.
being 14, never mind.
I actually said 13.
you ain't let me finish. I was gonna explain, you know what I'm saying, but you got kind of really defensive, and I understand. But I was trying to explain what I meant. I wasn't trying to throw like a whole bunch of shade. I was just trying to say I used to act like that, right? And I know in order for me to change, I had to get checked. Someone had to tell me, you know, hey,
Sit your ass down somewhere,
you know what I'm
right?
saying? So I wasn't saying like that.
Hold on,
The
Mr. Let Go,
only
hold on.
way, I'm just saying the only way for people to change, sometimes you gotta just like say it, and it's gonna be cutthroat. It's gonna be very straightforward. There's no nice way to say something when someone's actually doing it. And the best way to help someone is to like say it when they're doing it. So that's what I was trying to do. I promise you I wasn't, because I actually do coach women for real. And I'm not trying to coach you. I was just saying that was a moment to like, hey, this is what this looks like. That's
But
all.
I think for you, what the difference is between us when I get on these panels, it's war, because it's like motherfuckers are coming at me left and right. They be sneaky with it, but I'll pick up some stuff. But you don't get that. And that's cool because, you know, like it's just a different, like they kind of just, you know, they don't come for you. You're not an easy target. But I'm an easy target for a lot of these pathetic ass motherfuckers. So they come for me, I'm gonna come back for you. So you
Certain
have to
women are
rest in my
protected, B.
femininity. I'm
Taylor.
arresting my femininity with my man in my relationship. When I get on these panels and you come for me, best believe you better be prepared, because I'm gonna come for your ass. That's it.
Hey, B. Taylor, do you think that
Real quick,
I'm arresting my femininity.
So I'm gonna express what you mentioned just now, that you let's say I don't come as an easy target. People don't come at me like that, right? That's what you believe. Okay. So sometimes people are coming, let's say you, because that's what we're talking about. They may come to you as a target because of maybe what you're saying or how you're saying stuff. Right. But I'm gonna use Precious for an example, right? Because she's up here too. If you look, I'm just gonna use her. Please just don't think I'm really trying to get at you. I'm just saying, if I look at Precious, right? Someone came at her when she first came on this panel, but how she carried herself, meaning how she responded, wasn't so, oh my gosh, I'm attacked, let me go fight back. So what I see with you, that you like to fight back, which cool, girl, I'm with you sometimes, I get it.
Lady
but
Di.
you talking to certain people, you know what I'm saying? you don't want to like do that.
Lady Die.
Yeah, but you know
Hold
what the thing
on.
about Precious is
Let me say
that
this,
like
Taylor. This is
when they
important.
had that
Hold
moment,
on, let go. Hold on, let
that
go.
moment with Precious, it was kind of like it got clipped up to she got schooled, you know, and then she's been quiet ever since. No offense, but I'm saying she's been quiet ever since, and she kind of like be real strategic with me. It's like motherfuckers come blazing at me because
B.
I've
Taylor,
been
it's the
on
reason
YouTube
though.
for a little bit. I have a bigger platform, so I get hate all the time. So it's just
It's a reason why, B. Taylor.
I've seen certain people say things off
Hold on,
panel,
let go.
and
Hold
that's
on,
why
let
I
go.
come with the heat with them because I'm like, oh, okay, I got your ass when I see you on this panel. So it's kind of like
Let me tell you, I got caught up like that on this panel before. Like I understand just because you feel that this hasn't happened, it happened to me plenty of times. It's just what I don't do is I don't feel personally insulted, right? Because we are on a panel.
Because they don't personally come for you though. They don't, and I see it all the time. They don't really come for you like that. I promise you, they don't come for
She's
you.
right, Lady Di.
What
She's
I'm
right.
saying is maybe not as much to you. I understand, and there's a reason why, but there are times where people would come for me. I'm just saying it's the way how the responses may be. Like, you know, you probably just don't have to go on attack mode because you've been attacked. I get that. It's just that as women, sometimes we should not do those type of things because you're going to always get attacked, regardless of how big your space is. I don't want to say your platform, because you have a large platform, you're going to get attacked. Of course, you have a large platform. They're going to come for you regardless, right? But I don't want to say like on this panel, we all, you know, cool, respectful, right? And one day, sometimes if you haven't met already, we're going to meet in person, right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, how we come off though, I'm saying
On this panel, you're just gonna get a different version. In person, JR met me in person. I would vibe. Like I'm like real fun. Like I'm very friendly off in person. Like you get to know me, you're gonna have a good time. Ain't no arguing with me. Like you'll really
But B.
actually
Taylor,
see who I am, you know, in
B.
person.
Taylor, the
But like
problem
on
is
these
this.
panels, it's like I don't take everything personal. I'm just listening to things that I've said in the past, and people will be like, oh, you a roster chick, you this, you low down, you ain't this, you ain't shit, your bastard kids, stuff like that. I'm like, I'm picking up on certain things. I'm gonna make sure your shit clean. Like that's it. And so
I'm trying to help you, B. Taylor.
when I get off these panels, it's all fun. Like I'm like, I don't
There's a reason for all of this. Certain women on this panel are protected.
No, I think I'm an easy target, but it's cool.
No.
It is.
No. When somebody goes at any of these women,
but they don't go against the grain as much as I go
get
against
into
the grain.
it, folks. I don't got into it, Anton. I don't got into it, Ali, over the women on this panel.
No,
you
but I'm
just
saying
aren't
I come with
protected.
the most different.
No, you just aren't protected. You're not.
No,
under
I am
my
very
covering.
protected. I'm very protected.
You're
But
not
when
under
I come
my
on these
covering.
panels, when I come on these panels, and I come on these panels with my
You're
man,
not
I'm
under my
coming on there by
covering, B. Taylor.
myself
That's what
and with
happened.
my views and my opinions, and y'all don't like what the shit
You're
I
not
gotta
under
say,
my covering.
and so y'all attack. I don't sit here and cater to men. I don't sit here and say and be safe and say whatever
Slow
y'all
down.
what makes y'all feel good. That's
I'm
why
here
I'm
for you.
here.
Topic
I
at
don't
some
make
point.
y'all feel good at night.
I'm here for you. You're not under my protection. That's what it is. Calm down.
You know what?
Calm down.
Thank you.
There we go. Calm down. It's gonna be okay.
All right, thank you.
The other women don't go through all this stuff.
Let's go ahead and get Precious Bruiser in one country in there on the topic. Emotional maturity. Go ahead, Precious. You want to chime in?
I actually agree with her. You know, most women don't seek after knowledge that will help them internally. They sit with their trauma, they live with their trauma, they live with what their mom, their dad did or what they didn't do, and they take that out on everybody else. So the emotional maturity, it never matures. The emotional intelligence is never there because you don't add more intelligence to the ignorance that you already have. So I agree with her.
Go ahead, Bruiser.
Yeah, all I can say to emotional maturity is you can see a lot by, you know, what people say when it comes to women specifically. You know, it's the mouth. You know, the mouth is like a snake pit. Shout out to Farrakhan. You know, your bite ain't gonna be as poisonous because your body of work don't represent anything successful. So anything you say, it's just like crumbs in the wind. You know, so All I can say is, ladies out there, get yourself under the covering of a man so you can be protected. And I'll push for that. I'll push for that man to be your husband, not some coach, not some therapist. I mean, if you can get a husband, strive to get a husband. Strive to, have your kids under the same household with the father. You know what I'm saying? That's what you
I'll
should be
protect
thriving
you
for.
until you get a husband. How about that?
I'm protected.
There you go.
Y'all really don't know my personal life. It's really good and amazing. I let people believe whatever they want to believe about me.
All you got to do is just listen, slow down. I be telling you to be quiet. You be wanting to fight, and then you can possibly, be protected too. The rest of the ladies, they sit their asses down.
Go ahead.
You protected by who?
Everybody up here. I don't got into a bruiser.
No. I'm talking about B. Taylor.
I'm gonna let y'all think whatever y'all think.
No, I'm saying you said it, so I'm just asking. Well, he can't come on the trip to here, so he can't come to my studio.
She ain't got no protector.
Okay.
I do got a protector. I'm with my child's father. I let y'all believe I'm just over here just struggling by myself, and I got a whole man that pays my bills. That pay our bills.
No. I mean, I think that's cool. I don't book flights for two.
Void, B. Taylor. There's a void. There's a void.
I don't book flights
for two.
There's a void. We can see it.
Maybe because you think there's a void because you want to feel it.
What?
Offer rescinded.
Hey, Anton, check the back chat.
All right.
I don't feel nothing, B. Taylor. I'm good.
One country. What are your thoughts?
I actually listen to that lady a lot. I'm petty as fuck. I'm young when it comes to my family. I'm goofy. When it comes to my money, I'm different. When it comes to men, I get what I want. Emotional maturity, I mean, with all those powers combined, I guess you could call me
Captain Planet.
spoiled. I'm spoiled, so that would make me immature because I always get what I want.
See that, Ali?
What would I see?
I'm just saying.
I get what I want. I get who I want.
She has what she wants. Women and children. Let them be children. Let them be them. Let them love their lives. This is all I be talking about with you.
Why you don't give our beautiful B. Taylor the same energy then? Why you don't give B. Taylor the same energy then you give her then? If B. Taylor just a child, why you don't give her the same love?
It's all I'm saying.
Emotionally, I'm not available for anybody and everybody.
Oh, really?
But no, B. Taylor just jumped up and said, I got a man. So, you know what I'm just saying?
You should have protected her, though. You should have protected her. She's just a child. You should have protected her.
Going against each other? Wait, what I missed?
Huh? No. Mr. Lego think women are children. And in one moment, he tried to treat women like children. In another moment, he tried to hold them accountable. I just said treat B. Taylor the same.
I ain't never hold women accountable.
Treat us equal. He can't do that to me because he know.
What is the definition of coaching?
He can look me dead in my eyes and know that I don't care.
Honestly, like if I'm coaching women, what am I trying to get them to do?
It's 12 o'clock.
Nah, don't 12 o'clock nothing. What are you trying to do? If you coaching women, I want to hear the word. When you coaching women, what is it you trying to get them to do? I'll wait. Hold on.
Who? You ask me? What you say?
Oh, yeah. No, the other you. Yeah, you.
You said when I don't try to get women to do anything. I just offer principles and a fundamental way of operating that will help them in their own lives. I don't try to get them to do nothing.
To what? What are you coaching them? What? Say that one more time. I
know nothing.
You hear this country cookie?
I know nothing.
Dangerous.
That is my ideology.
I'm not.
The thing about it is,
hold on, Mr. Lego. So we coaching them to be successful. What is that? What defines success for a woman? Without using what makes a man successful. How does a woman become successful without using what makes a man successful? What makes her successful?
That question.
Right. He does this around 12 o'clock every night. It's okay. He starts, all right, let me
don't
ask you
do
a
that.
question. Like,
Don't
oh,
deflect. I'm asking you, what makes that when you coaching them? What are you coaching them to be successful doing? What? Without
number one, being a better parent. That's the first thing, because it's not about no man. It's about being a better parent, being a better person for themselves. That's the first thing, because these damn children, we got to protect these damn children first. So that's the first thing.
Mr. Lego, you didn't say nothing like about 2 weeks ago when Anton said F those same kids. Actually, none of y'all did.
I said that. I had that. No, I had the energy, and I can explain.
Because
If you
Ali, our ex talked about the mental health, that you work with a lot of children that suffer from mental health, and y'all said it's about the children. Then when Anton said, "Y'all quiet," I'm like, "Oh, I guess."
He said he talking about. Hold on, he's talking about the toxic women. He said, "Forget them." Those
children, though.
He's talking about the children of toxic women.
But
he's saying throw them in the. He said throw the boy with the bathwater. That's what he's saying.
B. Taylor, let me say this. Hold on, let me say this. B. Taylor, there's a woman that actually.
No, hold on, Mr. Lego, real quick. Hold on, B. Taylor. Can if you're not allowing me to help you with your children, can I help you?
Huh?
If you're not allowing me to help you with your children, can I help you?
What standpoint? What do you mean? Like
straight direct. I just asked I asked you straight question. If
no,
you don't,
you said you're like a health professional.
I'll give you an example. Hey, don't let your kids do that. Don't tell me what to do with my kids. That's
no. I don't do that. I don't.
I didn't say. B. Taylor. I'm not even making it personal. I'm not trying to make it personal. I'm saying in general. If you won't allow me to help you with your kids, can I help you?
No. Oh,
that's the point. That's what he was throw them, the kids, in the bathwater away. He was talking about you can't do nothing for them.
No,
so I believe in separation, B. Taylor.
And create order in the household.
You said what?
There are single moms that will let you come in and create order in the household.
B. Taylor,
those are the women that can be helped.
That's the woman that can be helped, B. Taylor.
But the rest of the women that can go to hell.
That's what was saying. He was saying, "F all them kids."
Would you help a man that you can't help? And his kids?
If I can't help him?
No, B. Taylor, right here. Look, we right here. Me and you right here.
Okay, all right.
Me and right here. Would you help a man and his kids that don't listen?
No.
Okay. So you gotta give yourself the same energy. Not yourself, excuse me, women in general. I'm not trying to throw shots.
Okay, so for me, when I talk to single mothers, I tell them one thing: if you want to start dating, get your shit together, get yourself together mentally, so you won't repeat the same mistakes, because it tends to ruin a relationship. And then give your kids a bedtime. Your kids do not need to be in the background screaming and hollering. They don't got no bedtime, ain't no order. They ain't got a schedule. They picky eaters. You don't have no order in the household of your kids. Your home should be peaceful so that man can come in.
No, I want to hear you say, if you meet a man and his kid and they don't listen, you're going to throw that man and that kid away with the bathwater.
Yeah, because there's no peace there.
Just call CPS.
There we go. That's what he was saying.
I'm not going to sit there and say,
there like, B. Taylor, yes, you will. B. Taylor, don't lie like that on B. Taylor.
No, it's the way he said
Taylor, you serious?
Here we go. It's the way you said it.
B. Taylor, the other panel, you just talked about the men that you said men try to raise kids in the ghetto, raise kids in poverty, and if they can't get it together, we need to go get some other men. You throw the men away.
Yeah.
But if that's how you feel, that's what you said. That's basically what he said.
I don't receive that. Maybe he can come back and say something.
I
agree with what you're saying, but the way he was saying it didn't sound like it.
On the video, remember, Il responded to you a certain way because you were basically saying, F us.
Yeah, F y'all, but not the kids.
Hold on, Miss Country Cookie.
Because the kids can be saved if the parent is allowing.
I said what I said. Fuck them kids. Fuck them kids.
Don't try to say Anton because
that's what he said. You know he ain't talking about good kids.
He is. He's talking about.
No, he's not talking about no good kids.
He's talking about all of them.
Right? Why can't he have his own belief system and say whatever he wants to say? That don't mean we saying exactly what.
Hold on, Mr. Let go. She a kid. I'm trying to talk to a grown woman right now. Hold on. You think she a kid? I'm talking to a grown woman. Let us have a grown conversation.
Well, you have more issues with her because of that than I do.
I don't. You think I'm arguing with her?
I'm not gonna say nothing. I'll just mute out.
Ali's actually been nice this panel, and I'm
always nice.
And I'm actually really impressed.
You be taking shots at everybody, including people who ain't even take shots at you. That's what be happening. You shoot everybody. Hey, hit that button real quick, Bruce.
Get hit by straight. Get hit by straight.
That's what you
Wait,
take everybody
okay,
out.
B. Taylor? You just joking? You okay?
What? Are you
You
okay?
can
Kid, Mr. Let Go. She's a kid.
It's okay.
No, she said she depressed or
You say
something.
you don't protect her. You don't protect her.
Okay, you're right. Okay, you're right. She's not protected yet. Okay,
don't be protecting nobody.
All right, y'all. Hold on, y'all.
Left and
Hold on.
right.
Hands off.
Hold on, y'all. We got to get back to this topic. Get these people involved. Who hasn't gone on this topic? Emotional maturity. Would like to speak on it.
Of course, I haven't.
Okay, go ahead. Let go.
Because I actually don't really have to say anything because she said everything that I've always said. So women are children, but at the end of the day, ladies, the day you accept this is the day you'll actually find the happiness that you've always been looking for, because it's inside of your inner child that you keep suppressing. So let your inner child out and be a child. Act like a child. Because the thing about it is, we will accept you acting like a child, but you have to be a full child. You got to sit your ass down sometimes. You got to acquiesce to your man or a man. You feel me? When a child
Your
is
muscles melting away.
when a child is in an environment whereas other adults, that child is going to listen to another adult that has nothing to do with them. Hey, don't touch that. Hey, get away. That child's going to listen. You feel me? So a lot of women would just say, who are you talking to? You ain't my man. No. When there's a man in your environment that means well for you, regardless of what the environment is, you listen, because that's what children do. But the problem is, women want to be half children and half adults. And that part is not, it's a convenience thing. You got to pick a side. And if you want to be a full adult, be an independent woman and all that, you're going to stay your ass out here for the rest of your life and be like the woman in the video last time where she just, I'm just going to be single for the rest of my life. Let her die. Let her, whatever, be by herself. But the rest of y'all is still hope for you if you embrace your inner child and sit your ass down.
So if they get it together, are they big children now?
That's what I was going to ask. Like,
no, they're protected children.
So
Hold on. I got somebody that emailed me about this topic. They said the person who loves the least has the most power. If a man or a situation has your heart, emotional intelligence goes out the door. It amazes me when men say they don't know if a woman loves them. If she trips, she loves you. When she's dramatic, that's love. It's not smart love, but it's love. The heart mostly always dominates the mind. Do something to someone's child and see if their emotional maturity still stands. A person will F you up if their emotions are involved. Anybody want to respond to that?
That's a fact. I've had women spaz the fuck out.
Shitty, bang, bang.
I think if people are moving intentional, genuinely intentional in love, which is supposed to be women's superpower, then I agree. I don't agree that the person who cares less has the most power. I think if you're moving intentional with love, whoever loves the most has the most power. But if you live in this superficial world today and living with the toxic women we call children that Mr. Let Go likes calling, then whoever cares less has the most power. And those women will constantly chase you to be toxic until they get you. Then they don't want you anymore. It was just about the chase.
I'm always gonna love more than a woman. That's just me because it's who I am.
So, Mr.
Because
Lego,
my love is protection. It's not about all this kissy holding hands bullshit. So I'm always gonna love a woman more than she loves me because she's not capable of loving me as much as I can love her because of what I offer.
If you love a woman more than she loves you, are you more susceptible to get used or you use her?
My love is about protection. It's not about this sappy shit.
No, I didn't actually. If she knows you love her more than you love her, if you love her more than you love yourself, what you think she about to do with that? Today's woman, modern.
I don't care. If she don't act right, she gonna get the fuck out. I don't care. See, I don't operate due to or how a woman operates. She operates how I operate. That's what I'm saying. I don't give a shit about what she's doing, thinking, feeling. She's gonna sit her ass down. She's gonna get the hell out. Period. I don't care.
so Mr. Lego, so you saying that women, they don't like grow up. they just a child and they got to sit their ass down. That's it. A woman can't grow to, let's say, learn how, let's say you're mature, right? They can't learn to be mature like you.
There's no reason for her to be mature like me. She has me.
Bruh, you messing up my aesthetic of you right now.
It's okay.
You still let him come get you.
You
still let him pick you up.
No,
yes, you would.
like that.
I'll put $1,000 on that.
One country cookie. I'm gonna hit you up.
Ali, I'll double that, bro. I got it. we both working on that, bro.
She's just being combative right now. It's okay.
Hold on, y'all. Let me see if
Mr. Lego, you ain't got to worry about it. You got that, bro.
Let's see if Bruce or Lucky or Precious want to chime in on anything.
Because I have a sensitive aesthetic eyeball, you're probably right, but not you.
I'll let Bruiser go. He hasn't spoken.
I mean, I ain't got nothing to say about it, man. The little email that I think that came from a woman, right?
Yeah, it came from a woman.
Okay, that makes sense because it said when we dramatic and all that stuff is love and all. Yeah, whatever. Just stay in your place. That's all I can say.
I've been accused of being emotionless. I got dumped because of that once. What do y'all think about that?
Say that.
It's
one more
okay.
time. No, what did
be
you
emotional.
Say?
You're a woman.
Wait, y'all.
She's a woman. Be emotional.
Okay, I got you, Mr. Lowe. You good?
You about to let him go? Hey, I tell you about to put him out. No, you about to put him out the car.
No, I'm curious. Like, why do we care? Like, why do we care?
Why should I? That's my whole point. That's been my whole point the whole night.
You shouldn't. Like, be whatever you want to be. It don't matter. Like, none of that matters. All right, let's why would we care?
I just want to.
Go ahead, Lucky.
Go ahead, Lucky. Go, Lucky.
Go ahead, Lucky.
I ain't trying to catch a stray, you know.
You're protected.
I just want to know, the video's quite old. What was she going off statistic? Because statistically, it says we mature at 32, and it shows that women are they become emotionally aware and more expressive than men do. So I wanted to know, because the video was kind of old. Was she going off statistics in that time, or are we just saying what we just assume to be based on our experience with the average woman? That's what I wanted to ask first before I answer the question.
Women stay in a constant state of regression, to answer your question.
I'm asking, was she going off of, because she said we stop at 14. Statistically now, if we look, that's not the case. So I wanted to know, was she going off of her time when she made the video, or are we just saying women are this and throw them out and that's what they are? Like, I'm just, before I get my opinion.
She meant the
we
behaviors.
ain't throwing them out. We keeping them.
She met the behaviors of the modern woman, like how women when
Okay.
Mr. Lego says they're kids, that's what she meant. She didn't mean biological.
Yeah, I didn't want to be too analytical, so I wanted to know, like, okay,
No.
just in general, women have arrested development, it seems like.
Yeah,
they're
Miss Ali wants women to be women. Mr. Lego wants them to stay kids.
I don't want them to be nothing. I just want them to be themselves.
I think as far as emotional security, it first comes with awareness, and what JR put up a minute ago, are women afraid of being alone? A part of emotional maturity is you are okay and content with being alone. Not saying you're going to be lonely, but there's something that happens when you are off by yourself in isolation. That is the best work you do on yourself. You're not supposed to really be around people. So having emotional maturity comes with one of the topics he brought up when we said, oh, Joe Budden, he cool with saying that. Humility and being humble comes with emotional maturity as well. So there's a lot of key points if we're bringing up by definition or what it means. But if we're just talking about women being childish, I think a lot of it has to do with, kind of like Mr. Lego said, trauma. Most people, they grow up based on being responsible, but like he's saying, they are with arrested development based on a lot of traumatic things that we aren't taught how to work through. So then you date and you start to connect with people, even friendships, by way of trauma. People link up with friends. Oh, you've been through this. Me too. We're friends. You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't really have no depth of what they want to be, what kind of friend I should have around me. What is this person? You can't think like that if you're always thinking from trauma, or you need somebody to validate what you're feeling instead of guide you in a better direction. So, I understand her point of video. I can't really speak to that era. I apologize, but just now I'm going to say that's what I see a lot of women overcompensating for their trauma, and you can't really guide them in a way, so they just, to hell with it, I don't care, I'm gonna rebel against it, I'm gonna be defensive, I'm gonna do all these things, and to protect the trauma that I'm wearing. And we all see, you probably need a hug. Like, you ever seen people that be so dominant, but sometimes you just say, come here and hug them, like a Iyanla hug, and they start pouring out crying, but you was just, that's a defense mechanism, because sometimes somewhere in their life they've had to develop another personality to cope and get through it. So from my experience, I would say that's what I think she meant.
Make sure you
don't do shade at all, because I don't do shade, but I think the word trauma gets thrown around a lot. Can we add spoiled to that? Because I know that I am.
But trauma needs to be brought up, because at the end of the day, most of us from a certain generation have
been
experienced
traumatized.
trauma. Most of us in relationships, if it ends wrong or one person doesn't agree. I mean, you just kind of not wanting marriage and calling your child an accident could be traumatic on her. I'm just being honest, that can be traumatic. So you may say it's spoiled, but
it's funny because you know who her dad is. It ain't like
that's kind of inflicting. That's kind of inflicting trauma.
Orange Country Cookie, pure trauma. We ain't gotta go down that road. We ain't gotta go down the road. No. We ain't gotta go down the road, because that's your kid. Protect your kid. Stop.
But she not traumatized.
Stop. No, don't do that. Protect your kid.
She not.
Don't do that.
I wasn't attacked. I was just saying as an example. Okay, you could see it as such, but when she grow up, you don't know. To take it off you, I have a cousin whose mother told her.
One Country Cookie, let it go.
I'm saying I would just take it off you, a family member I know. Her mother told her at a time where she goes through the most traumatic upbringing. She told her, I wish I never had you. You remind me of your daddy. She heard that a lot. As you grow up, you start to resent that. Things can happen. Dang, am I just like my father? What is he like? Dang, am I just like this? Dang, she wished she never had me. Why did she say these things? She don't even remember saying it. It had to be people around that remember it. So what I'm saying is, it may not be traumatic in the moment as the mother, but we don't know on the receiving end what that sits into a child's mindset when they start to develop. They may still be in that conscious state going into relationships thinking they're not good enough. So now they're dating with a certain level of insecurity where people are attaching themselves as an easy target to be, you're an accident, you're this. And I'm saying that can be traumatic, whether we identify with it. I'm not saying that's her particular situation.
I didn't tell her until she was grown and know what condom and birth control is. And I didn't want her to get pregnant like I did. So I told her she was an accident. She was 18 years old when I told her that.
You accidentally put it.
Let's keep going. We don't want to talk about personal.
Let me ask you this.
It's fine. I'm not tripping.
But keep in mind, she's in the other room. She can hear this. Let's not.
No, Mr. Let Go. Let's talk about it.
She's a grown woman.
You can't force no woman not to talk about what she want to talk about. She gonna do it anyway. She already told you. We might as well mind this out. She introduced it into the conversation.
What's the question, Bruiser? I know Bruiser go be respectful.
Don't re-traumatize this child that's in the background, y'all.
She's not a child. She grown.
She's still
now.
a child.
And see, now she yelling at you because you think that you're protecting her and you're not. These women don't want to be protected, bro. You listen.
You not protecting me by letting me speak my truth.
See? She don't
I'm
want to
just
hear
gonna
what
say
the fuck
earlier, I did try to jump in and say,
She don't want to hear nothing you gotta say, bro. They want to do what they want to do when they want to do it.
Tell her story. So
A lot of women, but they'll have sex with you though. That's the craziest part.
Mute up, One Country Cookie. Just mute up. Just mute up. Hit the mute button. Thank you.
They don't need your protection. They don't need your support, but they'll lay down.
I'm sorry. I just want to say.
I was going to ask Lucky.
I wasn't trying to do nothing. Sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead.
The only thing I was going to ask her was, it seems like, and I had an experience too, where my mama would say that whenever I messed up or I did something wrong, oh, you remind me of your dad. But whenever I did anything that was good, I never reminded her of my dad.
Right.
So it's almost like she molded me to think that everything that came good for me came from her, and everything bad that came from me was from him. Is that, can we sit here and can we say that these single moms that's raising these kids with this type of mentality are setting their kids up to actually hate their fathers?
I think that your mom and certain moms do that.
Well, I was asking Lucky.
All single moms don't do that
to
to their children.
Okay.
Were you asking me that?
You
No, I
said
was
what?
asking Lucky because I think she brought it up. But I mean, y'all can answer. Y'all, if y'all are single
What was
mom,
the
go
last
ahead.
part?
I was saying, is it safe to say
Was single mom something?
women are raising these men, these young kids up to actually hate their fathers?
Yeah, that has been a running thing for years. I think that it is different than it was before in a certain, like maybe the baby boomer generation. You know, when they hated the father, they actually were more physical and hands-on. But I think a part of being emotional comes with a woman who does hate the father, the way that she tries to correct the child, especially her son, or even discipline or talk to them. Most of that is out of her hurt and her trauma from whatever the relationship was with the father. So you have a traumatic person who is raising a child traumatically, and we're looking to them to make the conscious decision the same way the father could have been dealing with trauma. But most sons are not taught how to deal with emotions. They're taught to suppress, go in there, suck it up, leave. So when we have situations in relationship where a kid is involved, why do we think, yeah, you can say the woman ran him off with her attitude, but why is he so easy to just leave and forfeit the situation? That could also be a form of trauma that we don't bring up with men. We just say, where was he at? He left. But they also have their way of dealing with it. Ours look different. Theirs look different because we're taught women can just say whatever. Say how you feel. Let them know. Don't let nobody do this to you. Men, shut the hell up. You a boy. Stop crying. Toughen up. You know?
But that was their mom. But that was their mom. That was their mother telling them that.
Right,
They taught their daughters how to be independent.
Are the women now? Are the women now doing that? That's the thing.
Oh yes.
Like, the women
Oh yes. A lot
that
of
are
them.
mothers on this panel, are y'all saying that to y'all children?
No, we're not talking about the panel. We're talking in
The women
general.
the women on the panel is always gonna play like they the part of the exception.
I thought we didn't want to personalize it, y'all.
No, we're not personalizing. I'm just saying,
Right.
like, are we making sure we're not repeating?
Why we
these
can't
things?
personalize it?
They didn't want to personalize.
Are we making sure we're not repeating the same mistakes? Like Lucky said, she grew up seeing that, but are we making sure we're not repeating those same things?
First of all,
We can't perpetuate it when we on a panel in front of thousands of people. Is all I'm saying.
Taylor,
I think
to be honest.
generally it's worse.
Precious is trying to talk, y'all. Precious.
Yeah, but I thought she.
I was just going to say the fact of the matter is, if you think about it logically, women who say they don't need men but then have children, they more than likely than a two-parent household, you're gonna have one parent that's probably talking about the other parent that they say that they don't need. So it's going to happen more in a single parent household than you'll ever hear it in a two-parent household, because the two-parent household, the two parents are working together for the children.
Right.
I think if you have kids,
never heard
you
the
definitely
woman
need a man.
emasculate
Now,
the
women
father?
who don't have children, that's a decision.
Definitely. Lucky, you're right. I just had a all men's panel, and it was a consensus that, you know, women are, I mean, the mothers are the first to cause that trauma on their sons.
May I?
Right, but girls, that's why I always say it's different response, because if we're talking about with boys, it's always worse, especially like I'm hearing what you're saying, especially with the father, because if you look like that nigga, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the
Any
mom
little
is
thing,
going to.
but it's different with little girls sometimes, unless you have the part where I was going to tell B. Taylor when we always sharing stories about traumatic couples and mothers or fathers, their babies. I don't know about y'all. This is the most I've seen in media. Women are terminating their kids even after leaving them abandoned. You see, this is the most I've ever seen it. So I'm going to say it seems like it's not getting better, but there's always going to be those group of people that should not have had kids in the first place. That's never going to go away.
But you ever seen women be jealous of their own daughter?
Yes.
Most of the time it's like that.
Most of the time they are.
Yep.
And grandmothers or whatever. They just mad at their
Women start gaining weight.
Yep.
They see their daughters.
Hold on, y'all. I want to get one country in there. She's been trying to get in. Go ahead, one country.
I just don't know where y'all grew up. I'm so confused. This is where the country comes.
It happens.
I get it. I've never seen it. First of all, if I had a boy, the first time he came to me and told me he woke up with his wee, I'd have sent him to live with his father and pay child support.
Good job.
I think that's how that should go.
Why do you
Good
need to pay
job.
child support?
Period. I don't think women should raise men.
Good job.
Hold on, B. Taylor, please ask that question again. You want him to live with his father? Oh, you pay child support?
I'd pay child support.
She would pay child support.
Okay.
Nobody said why she paying child support.
Because she gonna live with her father.
Because my son needs to go learn how to be a man. I can't tell him why his wee hard.
No. There's nothing wrong with him living with his dad. I'm just saying, why do you need to pay that man to take? Like, why do you need to pay?
He paid.
You Taylor.
He paid you.
You wouldn't help
You
your
know what
you wouldn't help
she's
their
saying
father.
is if you're there for your kid, why are you even on child support? They have people who are not on child
Don't
support.
y'all feel the same way?
He
about
may have
women
mentioned
having
just
men on child
rhetorically.
support?
Hold on.
I'll
If
help.
he's saying it that way, then I understand that. But what I'm saying
I'll
is that a lot of
support
women
his
try to put the
situation.
man
In
on.
general, I do that
Yeah.
just for just law purposes. So in case he does get mad at me because he's crazy and from New Orleans, sometimes I put myself on child support.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong
Luckily,
with that.
I had a daughter, and he was like, "Hey, that's all you. Let me know when she need this, and this. I'll take prom, all that good stuff, boyfriends, all that. That's great. But that's a girl. She needs to be with her mom." We decided that at a young, when we hadn't even graduated yet, right? She was still living with. My parents were watching her while I finished my degree, right? So my whole thing about this is I can't grasp.
So stupid.
I can't understand. Like I told y'all, I told my daughter she was an accident when she was a woman, not when she was a little girl. You know what I'm saying? Like that was when she was grown. And
I cringe every time you say it. Can
When
you
you
stop
give her,
saying
like,
that?
when you give her like the scare talk,
accidents happen. My daughter is gone to college. She go to Texas Southern University.
Can you just stop
And
saying it? That's all I'm
accidents
saying.
happen.
That's all. Just stop saying it, please. That's all I'm saying.
but no,
Just
were you giving
stop
her a
saying it.
scare talk so she wouldn't end up repeating the same things mistakes?
Y'all are all
Hold on. Can I?
crazy. What is wrong with y'all?
Before you go, Anton.
Y'all keep on trying to figure
let me-
out how to fix the commute. Like y'all putting spare parts on fucked up cars. The problem is
that's
that
what I'm saying. Like I
broken
wasn't gonna say.
homes.
I'm a Lamborghini.
No, you fucking not a Lamborghini. Stop thinking that you're not a Lamborghini. You're not a Lamborghini. Like I don't know who fucking told you was a Lamborghini. You're not a Lamborghini. Anyways, let me get back. No, you're not gonna interrupt me. Anyways, like I was saying, and see, every single time you eventually no, you're not gonna interrupt me. Every single time, eventually you pull that dumb shit up out of them, and then they want to get crazy and masculine and all of that, and then they get out of it. First, she's relaxed. Oh no, I'm just so chill, and I don't care because I'm a country bumpkin, and I don't know what drama look like, and all of this other type of stuff. And we hear this shit. Every single new person that come on the panel, they fucking come on here acting like they living in their femininity. And that shit just come on right up out of them as soon as you tell them that they not a Lamborghini. You're not an exotic car. You not from France. You're not from Germany. You're not from Great Britain.
And you could never touch me.
You're not. Stop.
You could never touch me. I know you.
I don't want to. I seen your fucking stretch marks. You're not hot. Who the fuck told you was hot? I seen your stretch marks. I seen your stomach out. Stop, and you're not 160 either. You're not 160. You are hot 205 at best. At best. So just leave it alone. You don't want to do this shit. You don't want to do that shit. I'm gonna make you famous. Leave that shit alone.
Make you famous.
The point that I was making before you interrupted me, trying to tell me what kind of exotic car you are. Now, the point that I was making is the problem with the community is broken households. It's broken households. We trying to figure out how to co-parent instead of be parents. And the issue, especially when it comes to children, is that they don't give a fuck about what you say. They live their life and they learn based off of what they see. And so if your daddy ain't with your mama, then they carry that into whatever it is that they see in their life. And then their life becomes a reflection of the things that they advocated for in the household, which is why we call it generational curses, because we're passing down issues, not based off of what it is that you say, but what it is that you do onto them, which they then carry that. And then it exponentially multiplies because the child is paying for the sins of their fathers and their mothers. And so when you start to see certain things happen in the community, We're not having conversations on how it is that we need to have strong households, because first and foremost, it's statistically proven that the way in which you build wealth in strong communities is by having two parents in the household.
I was born rich.
Oh, shut the fuck up. I'm so tired of this chick interrupting me. All in her masculine energy, still talking that dumb shit.
But I was born rich.
Shut the fuck up. You ain't born rich. Anyways, like I was saying, the point that I was making is that, and it's always a fucking black woman that want to derail your point. Why, man? Why is it always a fucking American black woman that want to derail your point? Just gotta jump in and I'm born rich. Man, don't nobody give a fuck about what you talking about. And if I don't clip this shit up and then make you famous, we gonna forget about you in 2 weeks. Nobody fucking cares about what it is that you think.
Who the fuck are you?
We don't care. We don't care. We don't care. Take your stretch marks and get the fuck out of here. We don't give a fuck.
Take your bra.
We don't care. We don't
Take
care.
off your bra.
Shut that shit up. Shut that shit
Take
up.
off.
Matter of fact, get the fuck out of here. I'm sick of these hoes, man. I hate you hoes. I hate these fucking masculine hoes that come up on here and think that they can say shit to me. What the fuck you talking about? I'm gonna do a whole fucking show on you tomorrow. Just because. And I didn't even plan on live streaming tomorrow. I'm gonna do a whole fucking show at the airport at your monkey ass with them wide ass stretch marks. Oh, just piss me off, man. I hate these hoes, man. This is why black men don't want to marry. You did not get married because a man didn't want, because you chose to. You didn't get married because you ain't marriageable. It ain't a dude in the fucking world. Not a Mr. Let Go. When you fuck her, make sure you wear a condom, please. Hate, and matter of fact, don't even fuck her. Just fuck her mouth. Sick of these hoes, bro. I hate you. I hate you hoes. I hate you masculine fucking hoes that jump on the panel, talk shit, and then think you a reflection of the community. You trash. You're garbage. You're nothing. You're a throwaway. Nobody wants a 40-year-old woman with stretch marks talking about you a Lamborghini. You a fucking Fiesta. You a Pinto. You're ran through. You're nothing. You're trash. We don't care how many laps you do around the roller rink.
All right. Let me say something on this. So
I'm going to kind of near it up, man.
Let me just. All right. So I just want to attack one about people keep saying repeating mistakes. And I hear a lot of single mamas who make mistakes and then they say, "Oh, I'm moving this way." But one thing you got to understand: in these cases, repetition is out of your control, which is why it is so dangerous for you to have these kids in these particular situations. You know, a lot of single moms look at their mistakes and say, "Oh, I'm not gonna make the same mistake again." But the mistakes are repeated under the actions of your children and how they make decisions outside the home, which you can no longer govern. So you can't sit here and keep saying, "I'm not gonna." Once it's done, it's done. That's why you got to it's really critical on how you move as a woman out here. That's all I wanted to say on that.
All right. Anybody else want to get final thoughts?
I actually think that was a good pivot. It's critical, and I think we always talk about double standards because we somehow think that we want to be given the same grace that men are given, right? But the truth of the matter is, I'm just of the belief, like, it's not always what you did. Like, it's who you choose to become. Like, but I don't understand why we get so hooked on people who really don't want to change. They don't want to come to terms with none of the things, reality in itself. Just leave those people alone. You know what I'm saying? Like, why do we waste so much time in trying to fix or force or think like this? Like, the truth of the matter is, people gonna do what they want to do, and we can't control when somebody chooses to mature from the things that they've done or anything. Like, that's their own personal journey. And some people, they don't mature until they 60-something years old. You know what I'm saying? Whether they're married or not, we can say married, oh, you're validated because you're married. But or like the lady Di said, get counseling from a married person, because you pick the people you want to counsel and help you through your own journey. Don't just be picking somebody just because they're married. Don't just listen to this person because he's a father or she's a mother. what kind of people are they? Like, we never can assess that because we are always thinking emotionally. I'm just speaking as a woman. We make a lot of our decisions emotionally that we regret, kind of like Tia, and we have so much pride. And if you have a group of women or men or whoever aiding you in and they're judging your decisions, sometimes we never can say, you know what, I want this person back, or I should do these particular things because we are embarrassed. So I think that plays a large part, because even up here, if you be too vulnerable and too honest and you forget to have a conversation, you also under attack. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I think the key component to emotional maturity is when you do speak your honest to God truth. You so cool with who you becoming. Can't nobody say nothing to take you off your pedestal. Y'all could be up here talking about ladies for the street. Oh, when you have kids, I'm never going to deny my child, and I'm also not going to deny what got me there either. You know what I'm saying? So you got to be cool with who you are and the decisions you make. It's your shit. Sit in it. That's how I think.
Lucky you're a Lamborghini.
I feel bad for laughing at what's funny because I don't know what's serious and what's not funny. So I'm just going.
No, I'm just joking. I'm just joking. No, you're right. Totally right. I was just messing with you. It's just when women just run around and say I'm a Lamborghini, like at least allow a man to say something about you and not you, because it goes back to what we was talking about earlier with the narcissism. The narcissism comes out in the women who turn around and say, I'm this and I'm that. Like, allow somebody else to say this and that. Just like when Anton was like, you know what? I'm protecting Mr. Lego. I backed. I was like, I appreciate you. You know what I'm saying? But so sometimes we got to let other people give us that grace instead of us jumping up in the camera. Oh, look at me. I'm this. No, man. Like, we got to just learn how to just, so that values you and overvalue yourself, because that is counterproductive. Because if you overvalue yourself, now you're not going to understand when somebody values you because you've overvalued yourself. That's all I'm saying. So
it's
somebody
too late.
else,
Everything funny right now.
Huh?
It's too late. So every little thing is funny. So I'm sorry, not what you
I know,
said.
right?
But
I'm just saying, whatever.
And the things that make me appreciate the women who actually move in a way to where they can inspire other women. Like, so when I look at my wife, she's got multiple degrees. She's prior military. She's a wife. She had all her kids between me, in wedlock. Like, those accolades, I feel like could inspire other women to want to have the same, accolades and be, had those achievements, because you don't see it a lot. And whenever you have children under those circumstances, they tend to do better. And if you recognize that and you know what I'm saying, and make that a part of your lifestyle and who you are and how you move and the decisions you make, your kids are going to look at that and look at your mother's and your father's resume and be like, okay, look, I don't have to go out here and look for another idol outside of the house. I can actually look to my mother and father and inspire to be like them. Can you imagine that? Like, can you imagine the feeling of seeing your children and talking to them and say, hey, look, who you want to be like? I want to be like you, Dad. I want to be like you, Mom. That's a good feeling. So being able to have that, and then in the future when your kids and look forward to that, I think that's a wonderful feeling to have. I don't know about y'all, but that's just me personally.
All right. Super chats.
God bless all the hoes.
Sir Shy 87 $2 says B Taylor just fill out that
They want me to be they side chick so bad. That's why. They wish.
Simeon 718-499 says Palms 583, the wicked are estranged from the womb. They go astray as soon as they be born, speaking lies. Sir Shy 87 $2 says I invest stocks in cat food, plants, and vibrators. Black Tide $10 says, what is BTA talking about? Non-laws were changed in the Old and New Testament. Even in the book, it says, I did not come to abolish the law, but to fulfill it. Marcus Evans $2 says, women were never meant to be alone. That's cap. Greatness to work $5 says, if you're not married, you're a side piece by default. She's so lucky, looking like a piece of watermelon on a hot day. JR, very interesting hat you got on. Precious, mighty quiet. I see you and Genuine in the bottom corner. B. Taylor turning into Kayla Bot. The cover up.
Not Genuine.
Wait, is Ali Genuine?
Want to commit. It's more fun. Extended free trial than to subscribe. Also, B. Taylor, the clock is ticking. Smarten up quick. Women are using the children as a retirement plan. I don't trust anyone who, when they're talking, their eyes are rolling around in their head and they can't be still. It doesn't have to be that don't get good quality men. They need to humble themselves. TWISI became a member. Salute to you. Welcome to Green Gang. Jasmine J. Sky. Welcome to Green Gang. I think Lady Di, Mr. Lego should trade shirts because that red isn't working tonight. That's right. Kayla Bot, reveal yourself. B. Taylor. B. Taylor is a headache. She didn't even answer Anton's question as to why. Look at the emotional Lux voice. Rest your throat, B. Taylor. B. Taylor is actually good for the community. We need them three. Bruce's words didn't bother Precious. Lady Di lucky. Single mothers have a false sense of bravado. 100 single mothers don't have a child with a man they want to leave. 100. Their bitterness comes from the left. Rest in peace. Kevin Samuels, B. Taylor. It may be time for a break. Looks like the panels are starting to wear on you. Maybe vacation time. Therapy don't get rid of demons. This is spiritual warfare. Period. Therapists aren't experts. I'm glad y'all pointed that out. There are a lot of trash therapists out here. Ain't that right, B. Taylor? Ma'am, you need to move the fuck on. You've peaked in college, as you mentioned, track about 20 times. You need to heal. Imagine bringing up your 20 years ago accomplishments. That says a lot about how your life is going to get help. Failure is a good teacher. She'll learn one day. Why y'all letting cookies go out like this, man? One country decided to go on a complete tangent from topic to justify herself, her life choices, teaches history as the panel expects. This is why you need Jesus one country. You said a bunch of nothing. Soulmates, really? You're a grown woman, grow up. Tires and eating ass. Let go, ready to risk it all. Damn shame. Houston, oh, damn it. I want to get in Lucky's DM. Yep, Anton Daniels, cookie, they got you. Flip to flop. Cookies make us Gimmons look bad. I hate astrology.
You did not say Gymnast. Gemini?
Shit, I don't know. That's how you spell Gemini, is it?
I'm a Gemini. I'm offended.
Let go and country cookies wedding will be Pep Boys. As soon as them tires get put on, the honeymoon begins. It's coverings, Lucky. What man? Pearlie was nice to you, B. Taylor. She gave you a pat on the butt and said, nice play after she posted you from the free throw line. Shook up post game too. Mr. Let Go finished with 35 points, 11 rebounds, and 10 assists. Act like a lady, you'll get respect. Act like B. Taylor, no shade. Woo. You one of the homies, and we will shoot the heat. Bruiser, no scoping. Y'all disrespectfully. Anton, go to sleep, brother. Let your body heal. You're a hard worker. Shout your mouth. Shut your mouth. We see you yawning. With our powers combined, we are caping planet. Bruiser look like Steph Curry, the poet. I agree with Anton. F them kids. As Can't stand Let Go, but this one I agree with. Is it me or does Bruiser look like light skinned William Shakespeare? Shout out to the ball and the receiving. I grew up different. We know you ran track 100 times. Autumn. The word trauma is used to excuse their behavior. Trigger Mike. Marvel is currently developing a film where the sons of single mothers destroyed the multiverse. New villain's name is Government Assistance. Shout out to Trigger Mike. Freedom $2. She's a 94 Honda Civic. Anton Ether Mode. Not a Lamborghini. Anton and Damon have been waiting to cook. Anton for president. Everyone super chat. This is fire. Ladies, we lose going toe to toe with men. So sad. I like passing my hands on stretch marks. She keeps saying her daughter in college. Well, daughter is in college with probably the same dumb thoughts as her. If this is your mom, young lady, disregard anything she say. Shout out to Precious Lady Down, Lucky for holding it down, representing women the right way. At Bruce's point on repetition, the repetition is your reputation. Everyone can change, but if you keep doing the same things, equals that is who you are. Shout out to Anton Ali and Bruiser for holding it down for the men. Shout out to JR for having one of the best important shows on YouTube. Keep up. Good night. Protect Lady Dad at all costs. Wifey material. Shout out to Brother JR. I spread this one already. How far does the marriage rate needs to drop for Black women for them to change into the women men want again? I think that's everything.
JR, what are your thoughts
On what? The whole show?
your topic? Yeah, overall. He said on what?
Lady Dad look like Gold Power Ranger.
He said on what?
We have some more super chats that came through. How far does marriage? Oh, I read this one already. Okay, yeah. Appreciate everybody. My thoughts is yeah, it was a dope show. Dope show. It's late. We went over. Any specific questions, Lucky?
What are your views on emotional maturity between men and women based on what you've seen, what you've experienced? Like, what are your thoughts on today?
I think women do act like children. I agree with Mr. Let Go for the most part. I mean, I think it has to do with their emotions. I think that their emotions weigh heavy a lot of times, and sometimes there's no going against it. There's no logic behind it. So even if you try to have a civilized conversation and bring logic into play, it doesn't always like sometimes you just gotta it's no point sometimes. Sometimes just like whatever. So that's my thought. Any other questions?
Do you think the ladies should be, since their super power is love, and their the negative aspect of it is manipulation and using it in a negative way, if men are supposed to control their physical capabilities of hurting a woman, domestic issues, all those kind of ways of putting our hands on a woman, shouldn't a good woman, isn't a representation of a good woman by the way she controls her emotions and being able to emotionally regulate and use it for love instead of using it against a man and her family and children?
Yeah, you said a lot there, but yeah, I think a woman should have control over how she uses her voice and her tone and like the way she conducts herself. I do think it's important. I'm always open to have a conversation, but if you can't articulate what you're feeling in a respectful manner, then I just think you guys are not having a conversation. So I think a woman should exercise a level of control as far as being able to at least have a conversation. I think if anybody can have a conversation, you can get through anything. But if you are elevating voices and arguing and running away from conversations, then I just think that you're never going to solve the issue. So, any other questions?
Yeah, you should talk more.
Yeah, Jared, I think it'd be real for you to engage more.
He used to. I didn't know he stopped talking.
You come out of retirement.
If you guys only knew how long it take to do all this shit. It's an everyday thing, man, like nonstop.
Yeah.
Well, we appreciate the Ron Isley. I think you look sharp up there.
Why can't I just be me?
Because you know, Ron Isley, the elder, you know, we gotta identify.
I'm not the elder. I used to be 54, but now we got the Benjamin Button. I went down. So
And did I miss something? Did I hear JR say women are children? I missed that. Something that happened.
Mike scared the shit.
Oh, that is the
Everybody in my
question.
house.
JR, do you think women are children or women can behave like children?
I think they behave like children. I don't think they are children. I think they are women. And I think sometimes when a woman holds a lot of emotion, that's when you typically see that type of behavior. And sometimes they can't really control it. So when they can't control it, then that's when it's like, oh, it makes sense what Mr. Let Go was saying.
And okay, one more question.
Mhm.
If woman can listen to her boss, she can listen to her professor. She can listen to a man when she's intimate. Do you think that our women just solely don't respect? A lot of women today don't just respect black men. If they can respect all those other individuals, or
They don't respect y'all niggas.
But they respect Mr. Let Go though.
I know.
I don't have those problems.
No, like I think that's a good point to bring up. And if you was to incorporate that in the argument, she might hit low. I think you might find out that night that she don't respect you, because if she able to respect her boss and everybody else, every other man that holds some authority over, and she don't respect you, then I think it says a lot about your household. So it's going to definitely be a fact check in that moment once you start to do a deep dive.
Yeah, don't be with those type of women at all. If they flip flopping like that, they're gonna flip flop just like Tia Mowry, since that was the first topic. So if you want a long lasting relationship, then you pick someone that's stable minded, so they can be stable with you and everything else.
And as fathers, we got to stop telling our daughters that they Lamborghinis, yo.
Bruh.
Like on the real, like we seriously, bro. Like we creating false expectations, and we can't over spoil our daughters either.
Oh my God.
Yeah, we gotta be like, you know what I'm saying?
I literally tried to answer. I was like, yo, you in your 40s, so like you got to take that in consideration. You feel me? So I let her know, like, yo,
That's not what you did.
I
You
said
have
that
you was talking about ties and the other stuff. You talking about and you told everybody to stop talking to her. Yeah, you protected her for about 5 minutes.
An hour and a half ago, I literally said, you are in your 40s, so do you take that in consideration? And she was like, yeah, I take that in consideration. And I was like, all right, cool.
Mr. Let Go.
Quit hating,
you about to fly to Atlanta, man.
Why Ali hating?
you about to fly to Atlanta half price. Come on, don't even do that. Ties and booty.
Hold on. First of all, I know. Wait. Y'all not gonna go off on my dog, Mr. Let Go, because I know that Mr. Let Go ain't gonna eat that ass. Like, I know that Mr. Let Go got standards, so y'all not gonna tell me that he gonna eat her. No,
you gotta rock. You know when he lost disconnect with her. You know when he cut off is when she said his muscles were melting. That's what happened. Soon as she said that, he kicked it to the streets.
Certain women's ass I will eat, and I will not eat her ass. Put it like that.
See, what y'all don't understand, y'all don't even understand. I'm not even the most savage person on the panel. The most savage person on the panel is Lucky.
Oh,
Lucky enjoyed that whole ringing out more than anybody on the panel. She enjoyed it thoroughly. She loved every moment of it. I think I seen her have an orgasm.
We appreciate them. Hold on.
Okay, God, this isn't working.
Before we head out, make sure you guys follow everybody on the individual platforms. The Real Precious, Lady Di, Anton Daniels, Ali, Mr. Let Go, She's So Lucky, Bruiser, and B. Taylor. Let's make sure we go ahead and support each other, man. Everybody on here got a platform. Get them a follow, look them up, Instagram names. I'm pretty sure you'll be able to find their YouTube page or just type it in. I want to thank the panel for your contributions today. Very interesting show today. So with that being said, make sure you guys hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Make sure you guys check out Trigger Mike's show in the morning. And catch us every Thursday, 8 o'clock Central. And we out, y'all. All right, y'all. Appreciate y'all.